Buenos días a todas las delegaciones.
Good morning to you all, delegates, and welcome to day 2 of Council's session. And I hope you had a good time at the social events last night. We'd like to thank the United States and Italy for the receptions yesterday evening. With regard to the item, or with regard to this, when you're so kindly inviting us to coffees and receptions and so on, could I ask you to bear in mind that both at these social events and at other times, particularly during the Assembly next week, you will have the opportunity to give detailed introductions to your candidacies for council elections then. So this is just a general reminder so that we can make best use of our time available to us here and now. Having said that, can I recall that yesterday we adjourned having had an introduction from the Secretary General of C135/6. That is the IMO ship identification number scheme. And I therefore now call for any comments on the document and on the information provided by the Secretary General, and in particular on the specific action requested of Council in C135/6. That is to consider the 2 proposed draft Assembly resolutions. The floor is open.
Delegación de Dinamarca.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone. And first of all, big thanks to those who treated us very well yesterday with all kinds of sweets and entertainment and World Heritage worthy food, and not least good company. It was a great pleasure, and I look forward to what is in store for us today. On the matter, Denmark attaches great importance to the proper functioning of the IMO identification number schemes. We consider the integration of ship, company and owner identification systems essential to reducing fraud, enhancing transparency and tracking, and strengthening international cooperation on maritime security. This consolidation of the current fragmented provisions into a coherent and streamlined framework is crucial for ensuring consistent implementation across all member states. Therefore, Denmark supports the 2 revised draft Assembly resolutions put forward in the annexes to the document in question, and we support submitting both draft resolutions to the Assembly for adoption. Thank you.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. Delegation of India.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And for the generous hospitality extended yesterday, I thank Japan for lovely coffee and pastries. Thanks a lot, Chile, for delightful lunch, wines, and lively performances. Gratitude to Malaysia for coffee and delicacies. Thanks USA for sumptuous dinner, and Italy for generous hospitality. Coming to the topic at hand, India appreciates the comprehensive review undertaken by the Secretariat, guided by recommendations of the external auditor, and welcomes the clarity introduced in revised IMO identification number system as presented in document C135/6. Chair, India notes the Secretariat's assessment that approximately 428,000 IMO numbers remain available with an annual usage of around 7,000, and concurs that the current 7-digit format is adequate for the foreseeable future. India therefore supports the decision to retain existing format at this stage. At the same time, in view of the long-term nature of the scheme and its role in global maritime governance, India would encourage the Secretariat to consider establishing a periodic long-term assessment mechanism, perhaps every decade, to evaluate numbering capacity, technological developments, and any emerging needs. Such a mechanism would enhance forward planning, ensure scalability along with governance consistency, and facilitate a smooth transition should expansion of the numbering system become necessary in future. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a India por los comentarios.
Thank you, India, for the comments. Spain. Thank you, Chair. We would align ourselves with what has been said by Denmark. We'd also like to thank the Secretary-General for the information provided and the updated, revised draft resolutions that have been introduced. We very much agree with the introduction of improvements to the regulatory framework for the ship identification number scheme, the company and registered owner scheme, and the tonnage assessment calculation. So we support the draft Assembly resolutions which are set out in Annexes 1 and 2 of document C1356. Thank you.
Gracias a España, Bangladesh.
Thank you, Spain. Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning and greetings to all distinguished delegates. Chair, let me begin by thanking distinguished delegates of United States and Italy for the lovely reception and hospitality last evening. Now, with the matter in hand, Bangladesh appreciates the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the thorough review of the regulatory framework for the IMO identification number scheme and tonnage assessment, as well as the constructive engagement with the external auditors' recommendations. We welcome the revised Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme and support maintaining the 7-digit format given the adequate availability of numbers in the foreseeable future. We also value the clearer distinctions between the mandatory and voluntary applications, the definition of in-service status, and the alignment with SOLAS, all of which will strengthen consistency and implementation. My delegation further supports the draft resolutions on the apportionment of expenses among the member states. Finally, Chair, Bangladesh endorsed the approval of both draft Assembly resolutions as presented in Annex 1 and 2 of this document for the submission to A Alpha 34. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Bangladesh.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Liberia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to fellow delegates. Since this is our first time speaking since Council, we'd like to begin by extending our condolences and solidarity to the government and people of Jamaica and all our friends in the Caribbean areas for the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa. We, in the same vein, like to send our prayers to the gallant people of the Philippines for the tragedy caused by the typhoon. Let me also join all of our friends who spoke before us to say a big thank you to all of our colleagues that treated us to wonderful, fabulous festivities yesterday, from the coffee break to the reception to the lunch. And I know today will be even more a big festival. So we look forward to that. That being said, Chair, let me get to the matter at hand. Liberia has received document C-135/6 and generally supported. However, we wish to offer a few editorial observations or a few main suggestions on the draft Assembly resolution concerning the integrated IMO identification number scheme contained in Annex 1. In our view, a few refinements could improve clarity and consistency. So in paragraph 6 and 26, Liberia suggests replacing, end quote, when the ship is registered to, by the time the ship is registered, noting that many ships already hold an IMO number at the time of application for registration. In paragraph 12, 27, and 34, the term circular letter might be replaced, if you may, with joint FAL-LEG-MEPC-MSC circular, as such circulars are more visible and better aligned with current practice. In paragraph 17, Liberia proposes replacing, end quote, member states with, end quote, an administration to ensure inclusion of administrations that may not be member of IMO. In paragraph 27, the phrase, end quote, member states could likewise be replaced with the administration. In paragraph 33, the expression flag states could be replaced with administration as per SOLAS Convention, which is the source of the IMO number requirement. And in paragraph 34, end quote, by member states might be amended to by the parties to the relevant IMO conventions, quote, close, for legal precision. Liberia thanks the Secretary General for such a very wonderful, brilliant report and his extraordinary leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Liberia, for those detailed comments. And depending on what Council decides on this and on your remarks and the editorial suggestions, the Secretariat will try to accommodate them. But I would like to remind Council and observer member states that if we have comments which are in any way detailed, it is always helpful to submit a document which serves to assist and make things clear. In this case, the document was on IMO docs in mid-September, so I think there was time to send in comments. That is merely a suggestion and a reminder for any future discussions. If there's any degree of detail in proposals, then it is always helpful to have such comments in the form of a written document. Let us now move to the Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all. We thank Malaysia, Chile, the United States, and Italy for the wonderful receptions and hospitality yesterday. The Philippines expresses its appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for document C1356, which advances the harmonization of the IMO identification number schemes and proposes updates to the apportionment of expenses. We regard this initiative as an important contribution to strengthening Strategic Direction 7 and 8 on regulatory and organizational effectiveness. With respect to the integrated IMO identification number scheme in Annex 1, the Philippines strongly supports the draft Assembly resolution. The integration of ship, company, and owner identification systems will improve maritime safety, security, and environmental protection, while also helping prevent maritime fraud. We welcome the strengthened verification requirements to ensure accurate data in GESIs, as well as the clearer distinction between mandatory and voluntary applications, particularly useful for countries with significant domestic shipping like the Philippines. We also agree with maintaining the current seven-digit IMO number format to preserve stability and ensure long-term numbering capacity. On Annex 2, on the apportionment of expenses, the Philippines also supports the draft Assembly resolution linking tonnage assessments to the IMO identification number scheme and to GISIS data, introduces a more transparent, harmonized,
Perdone que
and
le
verifiable
interrumpa.
method of calculation.
Apologies, Philippines. Could I ask you please to speak a bit more slowly because it will assist the interpreters. Thank you.
I will speak more slowly.
Thank you.
Linking tonnage assessments to the IMO identification number scheme and to GISIS data introduces a more transparent, harmonized, and verifiable method of calculating member state contributions. This strengthened framework will help safeguard the financial integrity and efficiency of the organization. The Philippines views this harmonization effort as vital to modernizing the IMO's regulatory and administrative foundations. We therefore encourage the Council to endorse the draft Assembly resolutions with a view to their submission to A34 for adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Filipinas. República.
Thank you, Philippines. The Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, the Republic of Korea would like to thank the United States and Italy for the wonderful reception yesterday, and Malaysia for the afternoon coffee yesterday. The Republic of Korea expresses its appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for preparing document C-135/6A, which reflects the views of member states from the previous section. First, with regard to the draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme, Annex 1, the Republic of Korea supports the overall direction aimed at improving the efficiency and consistency between the IMO ship identification number scheme and the IMO unique company and registered owner identification number scheme. Next, we also support the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states contained in Annex 2. If Assembly 34 adopts this amendment, the new flag state verification process will apply from 2026. In this regard, the Republic of Korea considers it essential that the detailed periodic verification process, as defined in the circular letter, be established and issued as soon as possible to ensure smooth implementation. The Republic of Korea would like to propose a simple editorial correction in paragraph 20 of Annex 1. The reference to SOLAS Chapter 10-11-1, Regulation 3-1 should be amended to Regulation 3, which correct addresses the ship identification number. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la.
Thank you to the Republic of Korea. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank Malaysia, the US, and Italy for the wonderful reception yesterday. To the matter at hand, Indonesia thanks the Secretary General for document C-135/6 and supports the effort to harmonize the ship, company, and the registered owner identification scheme. We also welcome the decision to retain the current 7-digit IMO number format, which remains sufficient for long-term needs. Indonesia notes that the revised scheme places greater emphasis on GISIS verification and the use of gross tonnage data for the apportionment of expenses. We underline that these charges must be implemented in a way that does not create undue administrative or financial burden for member states, particularly developing countries. Clear guidance, technical support, and appropriate transitional arrangement will be important. We also encourage the Secretariat to ensure accuracy and transparency in the use of GISIS data as this directly influences assessment calculation. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Indonesia. The delegation of Peru. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the delegations of the United States and Italy for the excellent receptions yesterday. Peru is in favour when it comes to the proposed reforms, bearing in mind that the resolutions seek to harmonise the IMO number scheme. And this step would lead to more consistent identification of maritime operators and ships, and that would enhance trust and traceability in the international system. Furthermore, we also agree with the proposed apportionment of expenses because transparency in calculating the assessment is fairer and ensures sound financial sustainability of the IMO. We therefore thank the Secretary-General for having taken up the technical comments which were raised at the last Council meeting. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias a Perú.
Thank you, Peru. Finland, please.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to Japan, Chile, Malaysia, the United States and Italy for excellent receptions yesterday. Finland thanks the Secretary-General for the document C135/6, proposing enhancements to the regulatory framework for the IMO ship identification number scheme, IMO unique company and registered owner identification number scheme, and the tonnage assessment. Regarding these two draft Assembly resolutions and the amendments made in accordance with the proposals given at the previous Council meeting, this delegation supports them so that they could be presented for adoption at the Assembly 34. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We welcome the Secretary-General's proposal to harmonise the IMO identification schemes and expense apportionment framework. Integrating these systems and linking them to GSIS enhances transparency, strengthens governance and aligns IMO practices with UN standards. We support the adoption of the draft resolutions and commend the Secretariat's commitment to clarity and consistency. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Australia.
Thank you, Australia. Mexico, please. Thank you, sir. Many thanks to Malaysia, the United States, and Italy for their kind invitations to those tremendous coffee breaks and the receptions held yesterday. Mexico is grateful for and agrees with the information provided by the Secretary-General with regard to the resolution, namely that there's no need currently to add to the number of digits for the IMO number. Mexico also supports the draft resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states as set out in Annex 2 to C135/6. And we would ask that the scheme would come into force from 2027. We're grateful to the Secretariat and to member states for the adoption of the concomitant measures for the sound and transparent use of budgetary resources in technical cooperation activities. And respectfully, we would call on member states to support implementation of the plans and programs being discussed here in order to ensure real change to the benefit of the maritime and port sector, seafarers, and protection of the marine environment. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. To Mexico. Greece, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. First, I would like to thank the United States and Italy for the evening receptions and the hospitality. Greece commends the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their efforts to enhance and integrate the existing IMO number schemes, contributing to greater administrative coherence, transparency and efficiency, while reinforcing the accountability of the international shipping community. Concerning the proposed amendments to Annex 1, Greece expresses satisfaction that the revised text that incorporates the comments made in the previous Council session provides greater clarity and consistency compared to the previous version, and notes positively the inclusion in the preamble of a reference to Resolution A1142 on measures to prevent the fraudulent registration and fraudulent registries of ships. We align ourselves with the delegation supporting the revised text and the proposed Assembly resolutions. We trust that this initiative will serve as a valuable tool in preventing fraudulent registration and substandard shipping, thereby safeguarding maritime safety and security and assisting environmental protection. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Greece. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية نتقدم بالشكر.
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, we would like to thank the USA and Italy for the receptions yesterday evening. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks the Secretary General for the report contained in this document. The Kingdom welcomes the proposed revisions to the integrated IMO identification number scheme and to the apportionment of expenses among member states, which together strengthen transparency, consistency, and good governance within the organization in line with the recommendations of the external auditors. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia particularly note the benefits of consolidating ship, company, and registered owner identification systems under a single integrated framework which enhances data accuracy, traceable, and efficiency. The Kingdom encourages the Secretariat to continue enhancing the integration of these schemes within GESIS, including possible data validation and interoperability mechanisms to assure alignment with national ship registries. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like additional clarification on the definition of in-service to ensure consistency in data reporting and in the calculation of tonnage for contribution purposes. So Saudi Arabia supports the updating of the apportionment of expenses mechanism and would like to ensure that this new system is fair. We support the transmission of both Assembly resolutions to the 34th session of the Assembly for its consideration and adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. The delegation of China, please.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for submitting the document. First of all, we recall that at the last session of the Council, the views expressed by various delegations on this important issue. One key point was it is necessary to inform the Maritime Safety Committee and its subcommittee on the implementation of IMO instruments and request them to assess whether the proposed amendments to the resolution would have any implications for conventions such as SOLAS. However, since the last session, there has not yet been an opportunity for the relevant bodies to consider this matter. For example, the issue raised at the previous Council session regarding the flag states confirming the IMO identification number of ships under construction. This issue has not been resolved. Secondly, in paragraph 14 of the draft Assembly resolution, it states, "The Secretariat and the service provider responsible for the allocation and maintenance of the IMO ship identification number scheme will ensure continuous monitoring of the data." China has concerns about this wording. China is of the view that under the new mechanism, IMO should be the sole authority for assigning the identification numbers, instead of the service provider. Third, paragraph 14 of the draft resolution also stipulates that there can only be one service provider for the IMO identification number scheme. However, regarding the provider's capability to deliver services and maintain neutrality, how IMO will oversee the service quality of this provider, how the provider will be selected, and how member states will participate in the oversight and management of the service provider. The draft resolution does not address these important aspects. China believes that greater transparency in the selection process should be added. Fourth, paragraphs 15 and 16 of the draft Assembly resolution require the member states to regularly assess whether the ships are in service status or not. This would impose a significant administrative burden on member states. Such requirements should be first incorporated into mandatory convention provisions. In view of the above, we propose that the Council consider informing and instructing the next session of the Maritime Safety Committee to carry out an assessment and determine a roadmap for the work, avoiding making a hasty decision. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, China, for your comments. The delegation of Panama. Thank you, Chair. Well, could we begin by thanking delegations who held receptions yesterday for us. We are grateful for the document introduced by the Secretary-General with the two draft resolutions related to the IMO ship identification number scheme, as well as that for the company and registered owner identification scheme. Panama, as one of the largest registries in the world, would note that our country has adopted the IMO number identification scheme for all ships flying the Panamanian flag. And we also have an up-to-date registry in a voluntary fashion for the PKA ship registration scheme for all companies and registered owners under our flag, which significantly assists in measures to tackle fraud which could affect the entire international maritime scheme. With regard to the resolution for the apportionment of expenses among member states in a more detailed fashion, we think that this is opportune and relevant. Panama is one of the countries which makes the greatest financial contribution to the organization based on gross tonnage, thinks it is essential that the calculation of the assessment should be done with the greatest degree of precision possible in order to ensure a fair balance between member states. Given this, Panama fully supports the draft resolutions as revised, both that relating to the IMO ship identification number scheme and also the IMO ship unique company and registered owner identification scheme and the tonnage assessment calculation with the apportionment of costs. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. The delegation of Italy.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. We are also thanks the United States for the yesterday evening reception. We are glad delegation enjoyed our reception yesterday. We thank the Secretary General for the document C-135/6 and support the draft resolution to be forwarded to the Assembly for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. Delegation of Kenya, please.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya thanks Malaysia, United States, and Italy for the generous receptions yesterday. We thank the Secretary General for the paper C-135/6 and for the proposal to merge and harmonize the IMO ship numbering system, the company identification number, and the registered owner number. We agree to the proposed apportionment of expenses for the financial sustainability of the organization. The proposal will also assist with addressing the fraudulent practices associated with the registration of ships. This would strengthen consistency and transparency. Our delegation also supports the proposal to keep the IMO number to 7, as is the case now, noting that they are sufficient for the foreseeable future. We therefore support the proposed resolution for adoption at the Assembly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Kenya.
Thank you, Kenya. And we'll turn now to the observer member states, beginning with Guinea-Bissau, coming remotely to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the Council, good morning. This delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for introducing document C-135/6, but also the competent IMO services for the comprehensive work undertaken to revise the integrated IMO identification number scheme and the related draft Assembly resolutions, including the proposed resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states. Indeed, we appreciate the clarity and technical precision provided in the revised annexes. Mr. Chair, Guinea-Bissau takes a positive view of the overall approach and supports the enforcement proposed to the IMO identification number scheme. In particular, the retention of the 7-digit format, the clear distinction between mandatory and voluntary applications, the improved definition, in particular of the in-service status, and the strengthened verification process through GISIS, to our assessment, all contribute to a more robust and harmonized regulatory framework. In this regard, Mr. Chair, Guinea-Bissau expresses its appreciation and support for the revised texts and welcome their transmission to the next session of the Assembly. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Guinea-Bissau.
Thank you, Guinea-Bissau. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset,
This delegation would like to thank the USA and Italy for the wonderful reception last evening. This delegation thanks the Secretariat General for submitting document C135/6, in particular, the annex of this document, which contains a revised version of draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme, addressing the comments made during Council 134, and the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expense among member states. Especially, we appreciate the introduction of a periodic verification process by the flag state of the content in the GSIS database of their ships, companies, and registry owner identification number to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the information. This delegation strongly believes that this initiative will enhance the ship registration process of member states and can prevent fraudulent registration in the long term. Also, we would like to kindly request S&P Global, via the IMO Secretariat, to conduct a necessary cross-check of the information with the relevant flag state before updating any necessary change in the database. This approach will significantly reduce the administrative burden of the flag state when conducting the periodic verification process as proposed in the draft Assembly resolution. In conclusion, Chair, we support in general both draft Assembly resolution, which in our opinion will enhance the regulatory framework for the integrated IMO identification number scheme, as well as tonnage assessment. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Thailand.
Thank you. Thailand, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to all distinguished participants. My delegation extends its sincere appreciation to all delegations that have sponsored or hosted the various coffee breaks and receptions to date. South Africa thanks the Secretariat for the preparation and introduction of document C135/6 and for the careful and constructive work undertaken in developing the revised draft Assembly resolutions contained in its annexes, which we have fully considered. The updated and revised draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme represents an important step in strengthening transparency, traceability, and the integrity of the global maritime system. South Africa, therefore, acknowledges the value of ensuring that the scheme remains robust and aligned with evolving regulatory and technological developments. Regarding the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses amongst member states, and recognize the importance of maintaining a fair, consistent, and sustainable approach to the distribution of the organization's expenses, ensuring that the financial framework continues to reflect the principles of equity and collective responsibility. South Africa, therefore, expresses its support for the two draft resolutions as presented by the Secretary General. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the distinguished delegations of Japan, Chile, Malaysia, the United States, and Italy for the wonderful hospitalities and receptions yesterday. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for his continued leadership and the Secretariat for the comprehensive work reflected in document C135/6. We appreciate the consultative process undertaken to review the regulatory framework governing the IMO Ship Identification Number Scheme, the Unique Company and Registered Owner Identification Number Scheme, and the tonnage I apologize. Yeah. We appreciate the consultative process undertaken to review the regulatory framework governing the IMO Ship Identification Number Scheme, the Unique Company and Registered Owner Identification Number Scheme, and the tonnage assessment calculations. The revised draft Assembly resolution clearly demonstrate a balanced approach toward efficiency, transparency, and the governance in the administration of these schemes. Nigeria supports the decision to maintain the current 7-digit IMO number format, noting the Secretariat's data-driven rationale that sufficient numbers remain available for the foreseen future. This prudent decision ensures operational stability while providing adequate time for member states to prepare for any eventual transition. Chair, Nigeria attaches great importance to the integrity and harmonization of the global maritime identification system, which underpins safety, accountability, and traceability in the international shipping industry. We therefore endorse the proposed integrated IMO identification number scheme and the accompanying draft resolution on the appointments of expenses among member states. Nigeria particularly welcomes the emphasis on clear distinctions between mandatory and voluntary applications, as well as the alignment with SOLAS and the ISM code provisions. We reaffirm our commitment to implementing the schemes effectively at the national level, to cooperating with other member states and the Secretariat to ensure its smooth and uniform application worldwide. In furtherance to the IMO's mandate for safe, secure, and environmentally sound shipping. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. Namibia.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. As we are taking the floor for the first time, we extend our sympathies to Jamaica and other countries affected by extreme weather events. We also wish to join other delegations in congratulating Mr. David Osborne and Mr. Damien Chevalier on their appointments as directors of MED and MSD respectively. And we thank Mr. Hiro Yamada for his leadership of the MSD and wish him well in his future endeavors. We also wish to thank Japan, Chile, Malaysia, the United States, and Italy for the wonderful refreshments and entertainment yesterday. On the matter at hand, we thank the Secretary General for introducing document C135/6. We support in general the 2 draft resolutions for referral to the upcoming IMO Assembly. With regard to the draft revised resolution on the number scheme, we welcome the decision to retain the 7-digit IMO number, the clearer distinctions between mandatory and voluntary applications, and the 1-month notification to administrations. We also welcome the introduction of periodic flag state verification and the publication of on guises of fraudulently registered ships, which we believe will bolster transparency and fraud prevention. With regard to the draft resolution on the apportionment of expenses, we welcome the clarified structure, including the UN-linked basic assessment and a tonnage-based additional assessment using the data available in GISES. Chair, once again, we support the draft resolutions. However, like Indonesia, we think there is a need for implementation, guidance, and support, especially for developing countries. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you. Namibia, Ecuador, please. Thank you, sir. Delegates, good day to you all. We'd like to thank the United States of America and Italy for the tremendous receptions yesterday. Our delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for having submitted C135/6 with the proposal which is in keeping with the external auditor's recommendations and the broader aim of strengthening governance, transparency and efficiency in the management of the identification schemes and also the contributions by member states of the organization. With regard to the IMO identification number scheme, our delegation welcomes the integration into a single framework of the schemes applicable to ships and companies and registered owners. Clarification between mandatory and voluntary application, which provides greater legal certainty to administrations and operators, the definition of the in-service status of the ship and the clear period for notification to an administration and the strengthening of the role for the GISIS system as the official data source, including information on ships with fraudulent registries or subject to sanctions. Ecuador takes the view that these improvements will assist with traceability of ships and operators and to prevent maritime fraud and support effective application of IMO instruments with regard to maritime safety and protection of the marine environment. With regard to the proposal on the apportionment of expenses among member states, we appreciate the aim of a clearer link between the tonnage assessment with the GISIS data and the IMO number scheme. We'd also like to say that for a developing country with responsibilities as a flag port and coastal state, it's clear that we need reliable data. And Ecuador, therefore, underscores the importance of ensuring that administrations have sufficient training to ensure that the information uploaded onto GISIS is reliable and the new contribution scheme does not generate undue requirements for those with most limited means of paying, and Ecuador therefore expresses its preparedness to approve these draft resolutions set out in the Annex to C1356 for these to be forwarded to the 34th Assembly. Providing the technical and financial analysis confirms that application would be gradual, balanced and sustainable for all members. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Ecuador. Argentina, please. Thank you, Chair, and good day, colleagues. This is the first time we've spoken, and therefore we'd like to begin by echoing others who've extended condolences and solidarity to those member states who have been affected by hurricanes and other recent weather events. We'd also like to thank all those who have given us or treated us to receptions and so on yesterday. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for having drafted and introduced C1356, and we would like to express our support for both draft Assembly resolutions set out in the annexes to the document because they take account of the comments made by Council 134. And in particular, we think that the proposal to increase the number of digits of the IMO number is important with the understanding that it would not be agreed immediately given the available numbers and the numbers used each year. We're also pleased to note the change in wording to distinguish between mandatory and voluntary applications of the IMO identification number scheme. the inclusion of the status, the in-service status definition, and the 1-month period for the entity requesting the IMO number from the administration. We also agree, finally, with the addition of the definition of relevant administration with a reference to Chapter 9 of the SOLAS Convention and the ISM Code, with the deletion of the list of certificates. Thank you, Argentina. The delegation of Malawi.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to all. As this is the first time we're taking the floor, we would like to start by offering condolences and sympathies to the delegation of Jamaica and all the countries affected by the natural disasters. We join others in congratulating Mr. David Osborne and Mr. Damien Chevalier on their new roles, and we wish Hiroiki Yamada a happy retirement. We also thank all the delegations that have offered and continue to offer us their hospitality. Turning to the matter at hand, Malawi thanks the Secretary General for document C135/6. We commend efforts to harmonize ship, company, and ownership identification systems, as this framework strengthens transparency, improves safety, and enhances our collective ability to combat maritime fraud. Chair, Malawi remains deeply concerned about the persistent challenge of fraudulent ship registration, which continues to undermine the integrity of the global regulatory system. Despite existing measures, new cases continue to emerge, and Malawi has been directly targeted by unauthorized entities misusing our flag without Malawi's approval. For least developed countries, these incidents damage national reputations, distort maritime records, and divert limited administrative capacity from essential regulatory work. The recurring nature of these cases shows that regulatory harmonization alone is insufficient. Many developing states, especially the LDCs, face capacity gaps and lack fully modernized and digitally secure registry systems, making us vulnerable to exploitation by criminal operators. In this regard, Malawi calls on the organization to consider targeted initiatives to support member states in establishing and upgrading legitimate and secure ship registries, including technical assistance, digital registry solutions, and best practice guidance. Strengthening registry governance is essential to closing the loopholes exploited by fraudulent actors and ensuring the effectiveness of the global IMO identification scheme. Malawi, therefore, supports the revised integrated IMO identification number scheme and encourages continued collaboration to ensure it contributes meaningfully to the elimination of fraudulent ship registries worldwide. Muchas gracias, Señor Presidente.
Muchas gracias a...
And thank you, Malawi, for your intervention. The delegation of Poland, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all distinguished delegates. As this is my first intervention, allow me to begin by expressing and to join other delegations in expressing our deepest condolences, sympathy, and support to all countries affected by hurricanes, including Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, and the Bahamas. We also wish to extend our heartfelt sympathy to the people of the Philippines, who have recently suffered the devastating impact of severe typhoons. Poland would also like to convey sincere thanks to Japan, Chile, Malaysia, the United States, and Italy for yesterday's wonderful coffee breaks and receptions, as well for opportunity to enjoy some specialities, each country chose to share with us. We would also like to warmly congratulate Mr. Damien Chevalier on his appointment as Director of the Maritime Safety Division and Mr. David Osborne on his appointment as Director of the Marine Environment Division. And now, turning to the matter at hand, Poland supports the revised draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme as set out in Annex 1 of document C-135/6, for which we thank the Secretary General. We consider the integrated approach a practical improvement that enhances the consistency of the identification framework and strengthens mechanisms to address fraudulent registration by improving data quality and verification within GISs. We therefore agree to pass the draft resolution to Assembly 34 for adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And that completes the list of requests to speak. In the light of comments made, I'd like to invite the Secretary General to respond to them. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will try to address as many as I can, and thank you for them and for the support for the work done. As to the 7-digit matter, yes, we will keep an eye on that. And when it is needed, the Secretariat would inform Member States of any additional action that may be required. Comments on support and guidance for implementation, particularly the link with the GISIS system. Well, also welcome. That is something that we have intended to do, in particular with the work we're doing on enhancing the GISIS system and the guidance or training that we might be able to offer in that light. As to the comments from the Republic of Korea on paragraph 20 of the annex, yes, it's correct. The reference should be to 11.13 of the SOLAS Convention, so that's an editorial. As to the comments from Liberia, and I'm going to apologize in advance because I couldn't note them all down. Some, at least as far as I can see here and now, may not be editorial, for example, changing the reference to the circular letter with a MEP, CMSC, so on, circular. That's a bit more substantive. That is not just editorial because that has to do with the current process with regard to the use of circulars. Also, paragraph 17, for example, changing the reference there to an administration that would not then cover those members, or those who are not IMO member states, but with whom we exchange information on fraudulent ships. One example is the relationship we have currently with Eswatini. As to the comments from the People's Republic of China, when we began the work, the information we gave was that apart from external auditors, there were no gaps or changes that have occurred over the years and which we have not adopted. There was the question of IMO being the entity which handles the IMO number scheme, and that is something we can't do immediately. Member states would have to give thorough consideration to that and make proposals, and of course there would be a budget implication, because we'd have to look at the unit and the people who would have to work on that. So it's not a change which I could propose. As to a single provider, once again, we do already have this. What we are doing is we are updating the information. And we did present that at the last council of the various numbers which the same provider has had, but which are not reflected in the resolutions. Likewise, we've updated the contract with the provider, and we are now able to conduct oversight of the work they do with the IMO number. Any change would be more fundamental, and I would just repeat that it's you who have to make the proposals. Paragraphs 15, 16, we do already have verification by member states with regard to tonnage, and we do that with regard to the calculation of the assessment for the organisation. And it is, in fact, the responsibility of administrations and member states to conduct that verification and provide the information on their ships within the GISIS system. That is not really the role of the Secretariat. We work with the provider and with you in order to ensure the information is as up-to-date as possible. But from my point of view, that's not an administrative workload. It is the responsibility of member states. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, and thank you for the clarifications and comments with regard to suggestions made by member states. Having had a lengthy discussion of the matter, I take it that Council notes the information provided in document C135/6, and that provided verbally by the Secretary General. And secondly, approves the draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme as provided in Annex 1 of document C135/6, with the amendment which was raised by the Republic of Korea, the editorial amendment with regard to the SOLAS Convention 1113, and that is to be made to Annex 1 of the document. And thirdly, approves the draft Assembly resolution on the apportionment of expenses among member states as provided in Annex 2 of document C135/6 and transmits it to the 34th regular session of the Assembly for adoption. And those are the decisions I would propose to Council. As to the remarks made by the delegation of Liberia, some of them have already been addressed by the Secretary General just now, and I would invite the delegation of Liberia to submit a document to Assembly for consideration in Committee Number 1. And if there are no objections, then it is so decided. And that completes our consideration of item 6, and we'll now move on to item 8, matters emanating from the 110th session of the Maritime Safety Committee. I would draw your attention to C1358, which reports on remaining matters emanating from the 110th session of the Maritime Safety Committee. I would recall that matters arising from that session of the committee requiring consideration by Council 134 were already considered by the Council, and therefore C1358 only reports on remaining matters as part 2 of the committee's report. And I'd like to inform you that the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Theophilus Moussas of Greece, is present remotely and is ready to provide any clarifications if required. And having said that, I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the report of the 110th session of the committee and to make any observations he may wish with regard to the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair. The part 2 of the report of the 110th session of the Maritime Safety Committee has been published as document MSC 11020 and addenda, and is summarized in C1358. The report provides a summary of the decisions and actions taken by the committee that are relevant to or require action of the Council. I'd like to emphasize the extensive regulatory work carried out by the committee, in particular the adoption of 5 resolutions on mandatory instruments, 6 resolutions on non-mandatory instruments, and the approval and endorsement of 26 circulars on non-mandatory instruments. The committee significantly progressed its work inter alia on the development of a non-mandatory MAS code and the development of a safety regulatory framework to support the reduction of GHG emissions from ships using new technologies and alternative fuels, and made relevant decisions to initiate work in the context of the ISM code and related instruments. Specific actions requested by the Council can be found in paragraph 10 of the document. And finally, I'd like to thank the committee's chair, Ms. Maite Medina of the United States, for steering the committee to a successful outcome, and I'd also like to thank the Vice Chair, Mr. Theophilus Moussas of Greece, for his active support to the committee, and the chairs of working and drafting groups, as well as coordinators of correspondence groups. I would also like to recognize the hardworking and committed staff of the Maritime Safety Division. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to invite Council to make comments in general on part 2 of the report of the 110th session of the committee and the statement we've just heard from the Secretary General, and in particular the actions requested of Council are set out in paragraph 10 of C135/8. The floor is open.
Delegación de Arabia Saudí.
The delegation of Saudi Arabia.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. تشكر المملكة.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Saudi Arabia wishes to thank the Secretary General for the detailed report. We welcome the adoption of key amendments to SOLAS, the high-speed craft codes, and the IMSBC code. as well as the updated performance standards for pilot transfer arrangements, all of which represent tangible progress in strengthening maritime safety. Saudi Arabia particularly wishes to highlight the remarkable progress made on the development of the non-mandatory MAS code. This is a forward-looking achievement that positions the organization at the forefront of regulating the future of autonomous and intelligent shipping. The Kingdom commends the efforts of the IMO regarding to cybersecurity and cooperation with IACS. We support the transmission of the MSC 110 report to the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Arabia Saudí.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia.
Noruega, adelante.
Norway, please.
And good morning to all. Firstly, allow me to thank Malaysia, the United States, and Italy for the wonderful hospitality yesterday. Excuse me. With regards to document C135/8, matters emanating from the 110th session of the committee, Part 2, we thank the Secretary-General for the document. Norway supports the outcome of MSC 110, and we agreed to the action requested in paragraph 10 of the paper. However, as we are going through matters related to MSC, and as this was her last meeting, we would like to use this opportunity to thank Ms. Mayte Medina of the United States for her steadfast leadership of the committee. Ms. Medina has been a proactive representative for the United States in the IMO for many, many years, and she has efficiently and professionally led working groups, subcommittee, and committee here in the IMO. She has been a true role model for us all, and we want to thank her especially for her dedication in the work for training of seafarers. We applaud her excellent leadership, both as chair for HTW and last year's as chair of MSC. And as a personal remark for me, I truly miss you, Mayte. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Norway. And we all miss Mayte. Delegation of Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia thanks to the Secretariat for the document C135/8 and welcomes the comprehensive outcomes of MSC 110. Indonesia notes the adoption of several key amendments to SOLAS, the high-speed codes, and the IMSBC code, as well as the approval of numerous non-mandatory instruments. We particularly highlight the new performance standard for pilot transfer arrangements and underline the importance of ensuring a practical and realistic transition period for their implementation. Given the diverse operational profiles of fleet in developing countries. Indonesia also notes the progress on the development of the non-mandatory maritime autonomous survey ships code and the safety regulatory framework for alternative fuels and new technologies, as these developments will significantly affect the training, certifications, and national regulatory systems. Indonesia emphasizes the need for the strengthened capacity building support to ensure that the developing states can comply effectively. We further recognize committee's work on cyber risks, maritime security, and unsafe mixed migrations, all of which remain highly relevant to our region. Finally, Indonesia encourages continued attention to the administrative impact of unified interpretations and new guidelines, so that regulatory updates remain manageable and do not impose disproportionate burdens of member states. Indonesia supports the forwarding of the MSC 110 report to the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Bangladesh wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the Maritime Safety Committee and its subsidiary bodies for their dedicated and continuous effort in ensuring that our key IMO instruments remains up to date, responsive, and fit for purpose. The committee's work in keeping the conventions and related provisions aligned with the current industry needs, technological developments, and evolving operational practices is essential for maintaining the highest standards of safety at sea. We also commend the Secretariat for its outstanding support in facilitating the committee's work that demonstrate the Secretariat's strong commitment to delivering the timely and the high-quality outputs. Chair, Bangladesh values the collaborative spirit and underpins the work of MSC and its subsidiary bodies, and we recognize that the significant contribution this makes to strengthening the global maritime safety. Finally, Chair, Bangladesh support the entirety of this action requested under Para 10. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Bangladesh. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Secretary General, for that information which you have provided and which is so helpful. We'd also like to thank Maite Medina and Captain Mosas for their work. Mexico is grateful for and supports document 135/8. Thank you.
Gracias a México.
Thank you. Mexico, the delegation of Egypt.
في البداية. Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Chair. The delegation of Egypt would like to thank the MSC for the efforts at the last session and the amendment to a number of mandatory and non-mandatory instruments which will enhance maritime safety and the protection of lives at sea. We recommend the amendments to SOLAS and work in the field of maritime safety and fight against piracy and armed robbery. We stress the importance of coordinating regional and international work to face up to these challenges. Finally, we support the sending this report to the Assembly. And I also would like to thank the delegation of the United States and Italy for the excellent receptions of yesterday. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt, the delegation of Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia notes the adoption of mandatory instrument and underscores the continued importance of developing the MAS code alongside robust technical safety frameworks. These frameworks are essential to enable the safe integration of decarbonization technologies and to ensure that maritime operation remains secure, efficient, and sustainable. Malaysia highlights that advancing these measures will benefit all member states by promoting innovation, facilitating regulatory compliance, and supporting the global transition to low and zero emission shipping. Malaysia therefore supports sustained efforts to finalize this instrument, recognizing the strategic role in advancing both IMO safety and security objectives. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Kenya?
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, Kenya thanks the Secretary General for the document C-135/8 and commend the Secretariat for the critical work undertaken in developing amendments to the various IMO conventions and guidelines, including standards for pilot transfer arrangements. We also thank the Maritime Safety Committee for adopting the amendments to the 5 mandatory and 6 non-mandatory instruments and the related circulars. The amendment to the various instruments is set to strengthen the regulatory framework amidst the progressive maritime and technological advances by boosting safety, security, and reduction of GHG emissions. Lastly, the gradual implementation dates of the SOLAS amendment is particularly welcome. Kenya supports the outcome of the MSC as the amendments are necessary for the effective regulatory governance and the compliance. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Kenia.
Thank you, Kenya. And we'll turn now to observers. We will start with Ghana.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let's start by thanking all states that have treated us to receptions and refreshment. We are very grateful. My delegation wishes to thank the Maritime Safety Committee and the Secretariat for report MSC 110, and also thank the Secretary General for document C 138/8. It is very comprehensive and addresses pertinent issues on maritime safety and security. Chair, maritime security and safety remains a cornerstone of our nation's economic stability and international trade generally. Ghana is continuously taking decisive steps to confront the challenges posed by piracy, armed robbery at sea, and other maritime security threats that undermine not only the safety of our waters, but also the confidence of global shipping, commerce, and in some cases undermine our national sovereignty and regional stability. For this and many reasons, therefore, Ghana supports the transmission of the report together with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Ghana.
Thank you, Ghana. The United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Tanzania thanks the Secretary General for document C135/8 and notes with appreciation the important outcomes of the 110th session of the Maritime Safety Committee. We welcome in particular the amendment of SOLAS, the HSC codes and the IMSBC code, as well as the new performance standards for pilot transfer arrangements. These updates are vital to improving safety at sea, including for the many ships trading to and from the ports of the Western Indian Ocean and the wider African region. Tanzania attaches great importance to safe pilotage and safer carriage of bulk and dangerous cargoes, and we will study these amendments carefully with a view to timely implementation. We also appreciate the committee's work on training and guidance for alternative fuels and new technologies, and on the emerging non-mandatory mass code for autonomous ships. As a developing country, Tanzania relies on clear, practical standards and capacity building so that our administration, seafarers, and ports are not left behind in this transition. We therefore encourage continued emphasis on training, guidance, and technical cooperation to support implementation in Africa and other developing regions. Tanzania further welcomes the attention given to maritime security, cyber risk management, piracy and armed robbery, and unsafe mixed migration at sea. These issues directly affect the safety of seafarers and coastal communities in our wider region, including the Western Indian Ocean and adjacent seas lanes. We support continued close cooperation between IMO, member states, and regional mechanisms to address these threats in a comprehensive manner. Finally, we note the proposal to revoke older Assembly resolutions once the new pilot transfer and alert the indicator standards are fully in place, which will help keep the IMO regulatory framework coherent and up to date. Chair, Tanzania stands ready to work with other member states and the Secretariat to ensure that the important decisions of MSC 110 are implemented effectively and the developing countries receive the support needed to do so. Lastly, we encourage the Council to support the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. It's now 11 o'clock and time for the coffee break. Oh, SG seems to be thinking something else. No. I'd like, therefore, to turn to the delegation of Indonesia, who I think may have an interesting announcement for us. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. To keep the momentum of our morning spirit, Indonesia are pleased to invite all delegates and IMO staff to enjoy coffee and a selection of our traditional cakes for a short refreshment break at Delegates Lounge. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. We'll meet again at 11:30.
Buenos días a todas las.
And can I welcome you all back, delegates? We will take up where we left off on the MSC 110 report, and we have Nigeria on the speakers list.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria commends the Maritime Safety Committee for the comprehensive and forward-looking outcome for its 110th session, which continue to strengthen the global safety framework governing international shipping. We particularly welcome the adoption of amendments to key mandatory instruments, including the SOLAS Convention, the High Speed Craft Code, and the IMSBC Code, as well as the approval of numerous non-mandatory guidelines and circulars that enhances operational safety, standardization, and resilience across maritime sector. Nigeria notes with appreciation the committee's sustained effort to address emerging safety challenges through the development of goal-based ship construction standards, the formulation of a non-mandatory mass code for autonomous ships, and the advancement of safety framework for the use of alternative fuels, critical milestones towards safer and cleaner maritime operations. Chair, as a leading maritime nation in Africa, Nigeria attaches high importance to measures that promote maritime safety, security, and environmental protection, particularly in the light of the increasing complexities of digitalization and decarbonization. We therefore endorse the committee's work on cyber risk management, anti-piracy initiatives, and on safe mixed migration by sea, issues of great relevance to our region. Nigeria also supports the ongoing cooperation between IMO and IACS in strengthening the quality system certification scheme as an essential tool for maintaining confidence in ship classification. We urge the continued technical assistance and capacity building support for developing member states to ensure the effective and equitable implementation of the adopted instruments. In conclusion, Chair, Nigeria reaffirms the commitment to working constructively with IMO and fellow member states to advance a culture of safety, innovation, and shared responsibility in global shipping. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you to Nigeria, and thank you all delegations for comments. As all action items in document C135/8 concern requests for the Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items of the committee, I would suggest that in the interest of time and with your agreement, we take due note of them. If there is no objection, it is so decided. I now propose that the Council transmits remaining matters emanating from MSC 110 with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 34th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And that brings us on to item 9 of our agenda, the report of the extraordinary session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee. And I would draw Council's attention to document C1359, which provides an update on the second extraordinary session of the MEPC. I would like to advise that the chair of the committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, is present, and he is ready to provide any clarifications if required. And I'd now like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the update on the second extraordinary session of the committee and to make any comments he may wish to make in regard to the work of the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The committee convened its second extraordinary session from the 14th to the 17th of October to continue its deliberations on the adoption of the IMO Net Zero framework. On Friday, 17th of October, the committee agreed to adjourn the meeting for a period of 1 year. While I recognise that there is a diversity of views on the delay in the consideration of the adoption of the framework, this pause provides a valuable opportunity for reflection and renewed engagement. It will allow the committee to pursue broader consensus, to bridge remaining differences, and address the concerns expressed in a spirit of inclusiveness and cooperation. We must use this time wisely and productively. I'm encouraged by the tangible progress achieved on the development of supporting guidelines during the 20th meeting of the Intersessional Working Group on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, held in the week immediately following the extraordinary session. This demonstrates the continued commitment of member states and stakeholders to advancing the technical and regulatory work underpinning our shared decarbonisation objectives. The 84th session of the MEPC, to take place in April 2026, will decide on the programming of the resumed extraordinary session of the committee, taking into account the overall programme of meetings for 2026. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the chair of the committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, for his exemplary leadership throughout the extraordinary session held in October.
Disculpe.
Apologies. Thank you. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Han Keng Tan of Singapore for his active support to the committee. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge the staff of the Marine Environment Division, whose dedication, professionalism and tireless efforts ensured comprehensive preparation for the session and provided essential support to member states throughout these demanding discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary-General. Council is now invited to comment in general on the update set out in document C1359 and the statement which is just made by the Secretary-General.
Delegación de México.
Delegation of Mexico. So, Mexico has taken note of the postponement of the session of the second extraordinary session of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, and we would like to express the hope that this coming year will be a productive time where delegations can discuss their concerns as we move towards the that meeting being taken up again. Mexico would like to say that we are prepared to build bridges in terms of dialogue to create consensus around the IMO net zero emission framework, always in the spirit of multilateralism, and as a co-sponsor of the document on the establishment of a subcommittee under the MEPC, believe that this is still important given the workload which the MEPC faces on this matter. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. The delegation of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et bonjour à toutes les délégations.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all delegations. We could congratulate the Secretariat on the brevity of the response, but we're not really happy with the reasons given for why this is so brief. As delegations recalled at the opening of this session, we are seeing the consequences of natural disasters throughout the world, and we have a duty to respond to climate change and its origins. Maritime transport makes up 3% of GHG emissions, and these have increased by 5% over the last year. So it is urgent that the organisation adopt the strategy for decarbonisation, which it adopted by consensus 2 years ago. It was decided to postpone the adoption of this decision by a year, and we hope that this period can be used for constructive dialogue to move forward to clarify these measures through the definition of guidelines, and particularly on the funds and the distribution of funds, in order to overcome the difficulties which have become an obstacle to us working together to find a balanced compromise. We would like to continue to cooperate with all delegations to ensure that the next report can be more substantial and more positive. Thank you.
Gracias a Francia, el Reino Unido.
Thank you, France. The United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank the Secretary-General for his introduction to this agenda item and agree with the sentiments of cooperation and moving forward. The United Kingdom stands ready to work with all Member States to deliver on the goals of the IMO GHG strategy and provide industry with the certainty it needs. Although disappointed that the adoption of the IMO Net Zero framework was delayed, we remain committed to adopt in autumn 2026. I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work of the Intersessional GHG Working Group, where Member States came together to progress important technical details within the framework. We trust this spirit of collaboration will continue into next year so there can be consensus on adoption. Thank you.
Gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you. To the United Kingdom, Brazil.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. I'd like to thank Italy and United States of America about the events last evening, as well Indonesia for the coffee break today. Brazil thanks the Secretary General for submitting document C-135/9 and takes notes of the information provided therein. Brazil reaffirms its continued commitment to engaging constructively in the committee's deliberations with a view to advancing the IMO agenda and supporting the adoption of the net zero framework. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia notes the information in the document C-135/9 regarding the adjournment of the second extraordinary session of the MEPC. While recognizing the complexity of the matters under discussions, Indonesia underscores that this delay has implications for the timely advancements of work related to the IMO GHG strategy. Indonesia therefore highlights the importance of ensuring continuity through strengthened intersessional work and clear planning so that critical elements such as midterm measures, safety frameworks for alternative fuels, and the establishment of proposed subcommittee on GHG reductions, pending approval of the MEPC, can proceed without losing momentum. Predictability in the regulatory timeline is essential for developing states as they can plan national investment and transition pathways. Indonesia encouraged the Secretariat and the Committee to ensure that the reconvened session in 2026 is well prepared and supported by necessary technical groundwork to allow meaningful progress. We will continue to engage constructively to support the organization's work on the GHG reductions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. The Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, terima kasih banyak to the delegation of Indonesia, and I hope I pronounced it correctly because I tried to thank them for coffee and refreshments. My delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for what might be considered a record-breaking short report on the extraordinary session of the MEPC Committee. And we thank most of all Dr. Harry Conway from Liberia for chairing the meeting, which was not an easy job. Although we would have favored a different outcome of the meeting, we realized that we cannot turn back time. Nevertheless, we would like to provide some comments for consideration. The Kingdom of the Netherlands remains convinced that the IMO Net Zero Framework is the most effective and the most equitable way to decarbonize shipping. We believe it is a well-balanced compromise, allowing to address disproportionate negative impacts on states, and it provides a just and equitable transition while supporting the industry in the uptake of sustainable fuels and technologies. Although the Netherlands was ready to adopt the Net Zero Framework, we of course accept the decision to adjourn the extra sessional meeting for a year. But let us use this extra year wisely and effectively. And in this respect, it is important that we continue working together in finalizing the guidelines related to the framework, such as on the fund, the revenue disbursement, and the LCA. This will provide more clarity and will help many of us to make a better informed decision for adoption of the IMO Net Zero Framework next year in its current form. And we, as a delegation of the Netherlands, remain committed to work together with all interested parties to develop these guidelines and other implementing provisions to make the Net Zero Framework resilient, and we look forward to a positive result on this important matter next year. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you to the Netherlands, the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, the UAE delegation would like to express its thanks to the USA and Italy for the receptions yesterday evening, and we also thank Indonesia for their generosity in providing the coffee break this morning. My country's delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for the submission. We take note of the information therein. But we would like to request some clarification because yesterday we discussed point 4E and 5 of our agenda, which covered two vital issues relating to the creation of a subcommittee on GHG reduction, because this will have financial consequences. Therefore, our delegation would like to ask for additional information. We would like to know whether at the present time are we going to be discussing this under this agenda point or not? If we are going to discuss that here, then we would like to request the floor again because we have some comments to make on that. Thank you.
Gracias a Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the UAE for that intervention and for your question. If any member state or observer state wishes to comment on budgetary matters with regard to possible establishment of a new subcommittee, this is the time to do so, as we said yesterday, when Germany, in response to Germany, I believe. So, yes, do request the floor again, as you wish.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وشكرا على هذا الاستضافة.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for clarifying that. The delegation of the United Arab Emirates supports the creation of a subcommittee on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the budgetary implications so that this can be taken into account in the budget for the years to come. Any financial consequences which result from the holding of additional extraordinary sessions of the MEPC. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los.
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. Denmark.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like others that have spoken before us, including Mexico, France, UK, Brazil, the Netherlands, and Indonesia, Denmark remains committed to IMO's climate strategy from 2023, and we will also continue to engage constructively within the IMO to secure progress towards an effective global regulatory regime in the near future, and one that enables the shipping sector to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And to add a small comment on the discussion on the subcommittee, it is our view that this decision on the subcommittee on GHG was a decision to be made by MEPC, and we don't have a report from that meeting, we don't have a decision, so we don't find that we can discuss this matter at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. Delegation of Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, first I would like to join others and express our thanks to the countries that treated us with generosity during the coffee breaks, lunch, and evening receptions yesterday. Regarding the matter in hand, I have the honor to take the floor in connection with the intervention I delivered during the extraordinary session of MEPC regarding the proposal to establish a new subcommittee on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships. As delegations will recall, during the extraordinary MEPC session, the Chair acknowledged the merits of this proposal and in principle expressed support for its further consideration. However, the adjournment of the session prevented the adoption of the report and therefore the formal recording of this understanding. It is precisely for this reason that my delegation seeks some clarification. We kindly request guidance from the Council on the procedural way forward. In particular, how does the Council intend to address a proposal that received a positive reaction during the MEPC session but didn't complete the formal reporting process? Mr. Chair, allow me to recall that the rationale presented to the MEPC remains fully valid. The increasing complexity of GHG work program, the need for stable and inclusive institutional framework, and the importance of ensuring equitable participation by all member states, including through the multilingual working practices of the organization. Finally, We would be grateful for any clarification from the Chair on how the developments and understandings reached during the extraordinary session may be taken into account in the Council's deliberation outputs. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Morocco. Delegation of Germany.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. First of all, we would like to thank Indonesia for the refreshment during the coffee break, as well as Italy and the US for their receptions yesterday evening. Germany would like to thank the Secretary General for its report. Behind the most concise reports, as this very short one illustrates, sometimes lie the most significant consequence. Much has already been said and written about the postponement of the decision on the IMO Net Zero framework. We will not repeat them here. To be brief, Germany fully supports interventions by our previous speakers, like Mexico, France, Great Britain, and Brazil, and others. What matters now is that we use the coming year as efficiently as possible, and that we do so together. With regard to the establishment of the new subcommittee, in general, Germany supports the establishment of a new GHG subcommittee. However, the extraordinary MEPC meeting in October has not yet been able to make a final decision on this matter. From Germany's point of view, no provision for the budget should be made for this, at least for the year 2026. Since even if MEPC made a positive decision, the establishment of a subcommittee could no longer be implemented in 2026. This was our understanding from our last council meeting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Germany. Italy.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Indonesia for sponsoring the morning coffee break. Italy thanks the Secretary General for the report and takes note of it. Although disappointed with the result of the extraordinary session of MEPC, Italy remains committed to the IMO strategy. We feel confident that this year will be used productively with constructive dialogue in the spirit of multilateralism and will be helpful in reaching concrete results, advancing works to swiftly reach the adoption of the framework. We stand ready to work with all member states to achieve this very much needed result. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. Delegation of Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks to US and Italy for the receptions last evening and Indonesia for coffee and sweets. Sweden would also like to thank the Secretary General for the report. Sweden came to MEPC extraordinary session ready to adopt the net zero framework as presented in the report from the drafting group. The draft regulations were the result of intensive work that had been carried out for a considerable time, and Sweden recognizes how much efforts all delegation and the Secretariat have put into to get this in place. There have been many important perspectives and needs to take into consideration, and Sweden has truly appreciated engaging in the work developing the framework with our colleagues from all over the world. We have all worked together with the same goal, which is to develop a robust and functional global framework to set shipping on a course to achieve the goals of the 2023 GHG strategy, a framework that is effective, just and equitable, and disincentives the creations of a patchwork of national and or regional measures. Sweden is disappointed it wasn't possible to adopt the net zero framework at the MEPC extraordinary session, but we also stand firm in our confidence in this organization's ability to deliver results through inclusive participation and active dialogue. Sweden is ready and willing to continue this work in the spirit of cooperation and good faith. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Suecia.
Thank you, Sweden. Singapore.
Thank you, Chair.
We thank USA, Italy for the receptions last evening, and Indonesia for the morning coffee break. On the matter at hand, Singapore expresses our appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the paper C135/9. Singapore would like to reiterate our long-standing support for the IMO to establish global measures for the decarbonization of international shipping to give the industry certainty while not disproportionately affecting any state. Singapore encourages all to use the year ahead constructively by finding ways to have conversations that bring us closer together and to provide the clarity requested by many during MEPC ES2. It's only through the spirit of cooperation that characterizes the IMO that we can work towards a cohesive, inclusive, and durable outcome for all. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Singapur.
Thank you. Singapore, Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And at the outset, we wish to thank the United States and Italy for wonderful reception last evening, and thank Indonesia for offering warm tea and sweets. Japan sincerely thanks Mr. Harry Conway from Liberia as the chair of MEPC, as well as Mr. Han Chan-Tan, the vice chair, and of course, the members of the MED for their significant efforts in managing the conduct of the meeting. Japan agrees with the comment by the Secretary General. The decision in this October to adjourn the meeting for 1 year should be taken as a valuable opportunity for all members to work together, be united together, deep in mutual understanding toward a global consensus. We are committed to make every effort for that. We still believe in the IMO spirit, which had long been leading us to ensure safe and sustainable shipping. Regarding the budgetary implication in relation to the possible establishment of the new subcommittee, apologies if I misunderstood your guidance, but we recall that the Council approved budget plan for the next biennium yesterday. Japan, of course, supports it, and we do not intend to reopen that. So should the MEPC make further decision regarding the subcommittee in the future session, of course, then the Council may come back to this matter at its future session. But at this moment, Japan prefers to retain the current budget plan for the next biennium as agreed yesterday. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Japan. Delegation of Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Honestly, I think you are stirring an empty pot. But Brazil notes that budgetary implications for establishing a new subcommittee and believes that the Council at this stage should not consider or decide on any action on this matter until the MEPC takes a final decision on the merit of establishing such a new subcommittee and reports it to the Council at a future section. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. The delegation of Egypt.
في البداية شكر واجب لأندونيسيا على استراحة القهوة.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank Indonesia for the coffee break this morning. We thank the Secretary General for the submission. It is essential that we ensure the decarbonisation of shipping, and we must be able to respond to climate change. And we welcome the proposal to use the upcoming year to look at the issues once again. We agree with Mexico on the amount of work to be completed in the upcoming period. And this is why it is so important that we establish the subcommittee on GHG emissions. We thank the Secretary General for presenting the financial and budgetary implications of establishing the subcommittee under MEPC and in the document submitted to that committee. We have also mentioned the C135 document, which will be submitted to the MEPC on the establishment of the subcommittee, which was discussed at the extraordinary session at October last. Egypt was one of the co-sponsors of the document to establish the subcommittee, and we want to underscore the importance of this project. We must move forward with this. The Council must adopt this by consensus and recognise the importance of this proposal. And the MEPC needs to examine this issue as soon as possible. We believe that the postponement of the decision means that we will have to wait until the future assembly. I don't want to go into detail on this issue. We had lengthy discussions at the MEPC and previous meetings of the Council. All the information is available in the documents we have been submitted, which Egypt have co-sponsored. So we just wanted to underscore our support for the establishment of the new subcommittee, which will mean that there is time available to discuss the issues relating to decarbonisation. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for the information provided. We also would like to thank the Chair of the Committee, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, for his efficient leadership, and to the Secretariat for their excellent support to the important work of the Committee. Chair, we are of the opinion that we need to deliver on agreements in the 2023 IMO GHG strategy. And as other delegation before us has stated, we underline the urgency and the importance of adopting measures to that respect, as amendments to MARPOL Annex 6, which is in the normal way, will lead to a swift entry into force and thereby provide for the needed emission reductions and a just and equitable transition. This delegation will continue to work constructively with all states on this important matter in the coming year. With regard to the proposal for the establishment of a new subcommittee, we would like to align ourselves with the intervention made by Denmark and others. There has been no formal report from the committee meeting, and we are of the opinion that Council must await this formal decision by MEPC before we can discuss this further. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Noruega.
Thank you. Norway, Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Like Mexico, France and others that have spoken before us, I wish to record Australia remains committed to the IMO's net zero strategy, both generally and because of its importance to small island and least developed states. We look forward to continuing to contribute to the work on these measures during next year. Thank you.
Gracias a Australia.
Thank you, Australia. The United States.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all delegates. Thank you to Italy for the reception and Indonesia for the morning coffee. Now for the matter at hand. The decision to adjourn the extraordinary session made it clear a global carbon tax on shipping sector and consumers is the wrong approach to addressing shipping emissions. The United States will continue to oppose the net zero framework as currently proposed in the MARPOL Annex 6 amendments, given our significant concerns about its economic costs on shipping companies, their customers, and ultimately global consumers. We are open to dialogue on a more suitable alternative. Any path forward must contain energy solutions which are affordable, available, and scalable to minimize any undue economic costs and disruptions on the shipping industry and global consumers. Greater consideration is needed for proven, existing fuels which deliver energy security and reliability to the global shipping industry needs, including LNG and biofuels. The creation of a net zero fund to manage and disperse any potential revenues whereby shippers pay directly into an IMO-managed fund would fundamentally change the organization. Likewise, any mechanism which would redistribute wealth to developing countries or allow any criteria to create anything but a completely level playing field, and in doing so pick winners and losers, has no place in international regulation. Regarding the decision to establish a GHG subcommittee, we agree with Denmark, Germany, and others that the decision resides with MEPC and any budget adjustments is premature. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. United States. China.
Thank you, Chair. We also thanks Indonesia for the coffee break. First, China's position is clear. That is, China will continue to work with all parties to strengthen cooperation, jointly implement the 2023 IMO GHG strategy, and promote the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. Regarding whether a subcommittee should be established, China considers that the MEPC should make the initial decision. If the MEPC decides to establish a subcommittee, the budget issues may be discussed by the Council in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a China.
Thank you, China. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of my country would like to thank the delegation of Indonesia for the coffee break this morning. We thank them for their generous hospitality. I would like to recall what the chair said. That the council is responsible for adopting the budget. And what you said on the subcommittee, we are in favour of the creation of a subcommittee on GHG emissions, and we also believe that countries need more time to find agreement, to find a consensus which will benefit all countries so that the organisation's GHG strategy can be properly implemented. This will enable a just and fair transition. We are in favour of the proposal made by the United Arab Emirates. We support what they have said, and we also support what was said by Egypt and Morocco. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. We'll now turn to the observer members, and we'll begin with Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Before speaking on the matter at hand, my delegation thanks Indonesia for treating us to an excellent coffee break. We would like to begin by thanking the Secretary General for the update on this important matter. Mr. Chair, our delegation participated in the extraordinary MEPC session in October and observed the divergent views and complexities regarding the adoption of the draft MAPOL Annex 6 amendments as expressed throughout the week by member states. Recognizing the wide and divergent deep concerns raised by member states, including those with big registries, we are of the view that the IMO GHG measures would face serious implementation challenges if the amendments were adopted at the last session. As we indicated during MEPC extraordinary session, not only has Ghana redesignated its Ministry of Energy as Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, but our President has also appointed a Minister of Climate Change, signaling the country's commitment to climate issues at the national and global level. In concluding, Ghana looks forward to an adjusted net zero framework that will strike a keen balance between transition and ensuring that the transition will be just, inclusive, with no adverse impact on our country. Chair, we take this opportunity to applaud once again the Chair of MEPC, Dr. Harry Conway, the Vice Chair, and the SG for effectively steering the session in the face of great turbulence. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Ghana.
Thank you, Ghana. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for introducing document C135/9. South Africa takes note of the decision of the Marine Environment Protection Committee at its second extraordinary session to adjourn its work for a period of 1 year. We view this pause not as a setback, but as an important opportunity for further dialogue and renewed collaboration. During this interval, South Africa encourages all of us to engage constructively with one another, to listen carefully to the concerns expressed across our diverse membership, and to work collectively toward balanced and implementable solutions that advance our shared environmental and developmental objectives. Dear delegates, let us therefore use this time purposefully to build greater convergence, strengthen mutual understanding, and prepare the ground for meaningful progress when the committee reconvenes. South Africa remains committed to the implementation of the 2023 revised IMO GHG strategy and stands ready to contribute actively to all efforts that ensure a successful implementation of our strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, South Africa. Belgium, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. From the outset, the delegate states that she has modified her statement and apologises to the interpreters. The delegation of Belgium thanks all those delegations who have offered their hospitality this week. The IMO Net Zero framework has been postponed, adjourning the meeting for 12 months. Over this time, we are tasked with finding more clarification to be able to move forward on the decisions, and that we need to develop guidelines to be able to move forward. We are prepared to work constructively with all parties concerned, and because we are convinced that the IMO Net Zero framework is the most effective pathway to align shipping with the objectives of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy. In conclusion, on the issue of the budget, we align ourselves with what has been said by Denmark and other countries. Thank you.
Gracias a Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium. Cook Islands.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, as we, the Cook Islands and our region, enters the cyclone season, Our thoughts, of course, go to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and our brothers in the Philippines who have suffered the hurricane season and the typhoons. Hopefully it's not our turn next. We could also like to take the opportunity, if we may, to congratulate Damien Chevalier on his appointment, and our sincere thanks and indeed gratitude to Hiro Yamada for the extraordinary contribution he has made to this organisation, in particular in the cause of maritime safety. Chair, the Cook Islands, like many others, came to the extraordinary session of the MEPC to adopt a net zero framework. Consensus, and I'm bound to say, not surprisingly, could not be reached. And of course, we all know adoption has been deferred by 12 months. A number of our colleagues on the Council have already put forward the opinion, which we share, that this deferment may ultimately be beneficial to facilitate further the framework. Why do we say this? Because the timelines, the arbitrary timelines that have haunted this process for a number of years now, drive, stick to an absolutely determined, unmovable time target, has led to great difficulty in even getting to the text of the net framework. And what it has done, the only way we've got there, is having is it 18 and 19 guidelines to be developed, most of which should have actually been in the text of the legislation itself. And we had 18 months to do that. So we welcome the deferment, we welcome the extra time, and our job, of course, now is to make the best use of that time. As you know, we were one of only 2 Pacific SIDS that actually approved the legal text back in 2025. So again, the path forward is clear. Use this additional time constructively to reinforce equity safeguards and carefully design solutions that work for all parties, especially those most vulnerable to rising costs and shifting fuel markets, i.e. us. So we will continue to advocate strongly for a global regime, but that global regime in reducing emissions has to also offer compensatory mechanisms for the increased cost of freight that we cannot afford, whilst protecting the lifelines of remote islands nations like ours. We believe that it is indisputable that the shipping sector has shown leadership in charting a credible path towards net emissions. It is our hope that other transport sectors responsible for the vast majority of global emissions from transport will match the ambition that we have had here at IMO and take decisive steps towards their own decarbonisation pathways. That is how we will get to net zero. That's not going to be done just through shipping, a sector with 80% of world transport for only 2.7% of emissions. Now, if I may, this business about a subcommittee. We agree, of course, with Germany, with Brazil, with China, with Japan, with the intervention of the US on this particular issue, that this is not the appropriate time. It is not for the Council to determine whether or not to establish a subcommittee. It is not for the Council, if one was to be established, to consider its terms of reference. It's not within the mandate. It is not within the competence of the Council. Now, we would question whether this should have even gone to an extraordinary session of the committee, as that session was determined and set up for one reason only. As we know, that was for the adoption. So we thought it was a bit of a curved ball to come through in reference to a subcommittee. Now, as we all know, and this is the crux of this discussion, I guess, there has not been a report because of the adjournment. That being the case, we cannot discuss this further here. We can take into account the work done, and we're grateful to the Secretariat on the budgetary implications. We took those into account, but we have approved the budget to go forward for the next biennium. Until the MEPC, presumably at its 84th session, reconsiders this topic, there is no way that we should be taking this into account now. Finally, you'll be pleased to know, I would just like to remind colleagues, we have been through this discussion before at the MEPC, when we considered whether or not to have a standing group at PPR to consider these issues. The decision then, and the right decision, was that as this was a highly charged political issue, it had to stay directly under the purview and the oversight of the committee. That is why we've had intersessional working groups. So you will not be surprised to know that we maintain our view that if there is to be a subcommittee, that could not be established until after entry into force of any such amendments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Cook Islands. The Marshall Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I can see the time, so I will try to be quick. As this is the first time the Marshall Islands, as an observer to Council, has spoken, we would like to extend our condolences to all those who have suffered the devastating effects of Mother Nature. We would also like to wish, we also wish to thank all those that have treated us to the wonderful delights of their homelands. And if those that live in warmer climes could also provide some sunshine and warmth, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, many congratulations to Damien Chevalier, I probably pronounced that wrong, to his new appointment. So the Marshall Islands would like to thank the Secretary-General for the document, and to Harry Conway. I've seen him, so he must have survived MEPC Extraordinary Session. And the IMO Secretariat for all their efforts during that period. It was very difficult. Mr. Chair, we'd like to keep it simple. The Marshall Islands would align with all the comments of the distinguished Council members and the observers to Council that have reminded us that until MEPC have decided on an establishment of a subcommittees, and also the details of that subcommittee, i.e. terms of reference, meeting weeks, etc., then any allocation of budget is premature for this Council. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a la
Thank you, Marshall Islands. It's 12:30 sharp, and that brings us to lunchtime. And we will pursue our consideration of this matter after lunch. The chair is asking for a couple more minutes from the interpreters. Of course, we have an announcement from Nigeria for a lunchtime event. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It is in the spirit of cooperation, multilateralism, inclusivity, it is my privilege and pleasure to inform that Nigeria's Honourable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy cordially invites all distinguished delegates to join us at lunch reception at the Delegate Lounge. Secretary General, sir, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, you are warmly welcome to enjoy a taste of Nigeria's hospitality as we present Nigeria's candidacy for election to IMO Council, Category C. Your esteemed presence would be deeply appreciated and would further strengthen the bond of partnership and shared purpose that guides our collective work in the IMO. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria, and we will meet again at 2:30.
Buenas tardes a todas las delegaciones.
Good afternoon to you all, and I hope you've all had a good lunch break. We'd like to thank the delegation of Nigeria for the reception. We'll go on with our speakers on item 9. And I'd now like to turn to the delegation of Colombia. Thank you, Chair. And a warm welcome to you all, delegates. This is the first time we've spoken, so we would like to join with others in expressing our sympathies and solidarity to all those who suffered from the effects of Melissa and of the typhoon in the Philippines. We are well aware of these difficulties. We ourselves have suffered, as we did in 2020, when Hurricane Iota, the fiercest of that season's, caused devastation. So I would also note that we sent 14 tons of aid to Jamaica, and we'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who have invited us to coffee breaks, lunches and receptions. We'd like to thank the Secretary General. We are pleased to note C135. Our delegation trusts and believes that this is a great opportunity to prepare better and to make further progress towards consolidating this outcome, given the backdrop of climate change. We restate our commitment to this. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Colombia.
Thank you, Colombia. The delegation of Argentina. Thank you, Chair. We'll be brief. Sir, we are grateful for the Secretary-General's introduction, take note of it, and we note that we have been involved and will continue to be involved actively and to play our part in good faith in the net zero framework, bearing in mind the challenges facing developing countries. As to the proposal to establish a new subcommittee, we would agree with those who have already said that they believe that at this stage, given the postponement of the extraordinary session of MEPC 2, it is premature for Council to recommend any action on this matter until MEPC takes a final decision on the establishment or not of this subcommittee and reports to Council on this. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina. And thank you to everyone for these very valid comments. We've had a constructive discussion, and I'm pleased to hear the unanimous commitment of all those who have spoken to work collaboratively during this period of adjournment with a view to making necessary progress. On the subject of the funding for a new subcommittee, we wanted to listen to all the comments, and as has been said, Council does not have the decision of the MEPC on which to base a provision in the budget. Consequently, may I suggest to Council that our decision on this item would be as follows. As the action item in C1359 requests Council to note the information, I suggest that we do take due note of it. And if there's no objection, it is so decided.
Con ello pasamos a considerar.
So we will now move on to item 10 of our agenda. And I invite Council to turn its attention to C13510, which reports on the outcome of the 47th consultative meeting of contracting parties to the 1972 London Convention, at the 20th meeting of contracting parties to the 1996 Protocol to the London Convention. And I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the report and to make any observations that he may wish with regard to the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair, and a very good afternoon to you all. The outcome of the 47th consultative meeting of contracting parties to the London Convention and the 20th meeting of contracting parties to the London Protocol is summarised in document C135/10. Regarding climate change issues, and having noted the importance of the work in relation to marine geoengineering, the governing bodies adopted a statement setting out future LCLP work on the issue, emphasising that parties will continue to advance their scientific understanding of marine geoengineering techniques to inform their potential actions. The governing bodies considered further work undertaken by the LCLP scientific groups in response to the request from MEPC with respect to further revisions of the revised guidance on best management practices for removal of anti-fouling coatings from ships. The governing bodies approved revised guidance and instructed the Secretariat to issue the guidance as soon as possible by way of an LCLP circular following a final editorial check and to inform the MEPC accordingly. With respect to matters relating to radioactive wastes, the governing bodies agreed to initiate an update of the inventory of radioactive material resulting from historical dumping accidents and losses at sea, and requested the IAEA to initiate an update in cooperation with the IMO Secretariat, including the issuance of the requisite invitations to member states and contracting parties. There is still a need to bring the 2013 amendment to the LP with respect to marine geoengineering, as well as the 2009 amendment on transboundary export to allow for transboundary export of carbon dioxide streams into force. And I would like to encourage parties to take the necessary action on that. Finally, I'd like to express my appreciation to the work carried out under the LCLP, including the chair and officers, and to the chairs and participants of all the subsidiary bodies and working groups for their hard work and commitment to achieving the objectives of the two instruments. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And Council is now invited to comment in general on the report and on the statement just made by the Secretary General. The floor is open.
De no haber comentarios.
Seeing none. Oh. Whenever I say that, says the chair, I see a flag go up. The delegation of Mexico. Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. And first of all, we'd like to thank Malaysia for coffee this morning and Nigeria for that excellent lunch. So, Mexico welcomes the report of the meeting of the parties to the London Convention 72 and the 96 Protocol. As a signatory of both instruments, Mexico would like to note some of the key successes of the meeting. Firstly, Mexico agrees that the forthcoming entry into force of the BBNJ will provide a favourable environment to raise awareness of the importance of ratifying the London Protocol and its amendments. And in particular, Mexico is considering possible ratification of the 2013 amendments. Secondly, Mexico was one of those delegations which expressed concerns at the rapid expansion in commercial activities related to marine geoengineering. We therefore support parties giving a view on the need to analyze the economic interests behind marine geoengineering and possible negative effects in developing countries. We will be following up on that matter with our national authorities as part of the precautionary principle. I'm pleased to note that Mexico has proposed Dr. Carlos Genaro Olmos, the Deputy Director of Maritime and Environmental Matters of our Marine Secretariat, to join the compliance group, and we would call on other countries of our region to join this important working group. And finally, we very much regret that the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee process for the establishment of an international instrument which would be legally binding on plastic pollution. And we very much hope that this will happen shortly, that work will begin again in the working group, or the correspondence group rather, on marine litter and microplastics. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Panama. Thank you, sir. Panama is grateful to the Secretary General for that introduction to the document, which lists the decisions taken in the course of the meeting of the London Convention LP47 and the London Protocol LP20. As co-chair of the correspondence group on marine geoengineering, Panama would like to call on all member states to take an active part in the work of the group so that together we can comply with our stated aims and through the technical and legal contributions that we can manage to make proposals at the next meeting of the London Convention and Protocol. Thank you very much, sir.
Muchas gracias a Panamá, Egipto.
Thank you, Panama. Egypt, please.
At the beginning, we would like to thank the delegation of Nigeria and Indonesia for the excellent lunch and for the coffee break this morning. The delegation of Egypt would like to thank the Secretariat for document C135/10 and for this comprehensive report. And we welcome the progress achieved in the implementation of LPLC, especially the improvement reporting through GISIS and the continued work of the scientific groups. We also support the adoption of the revised guidelines for the removal of anti-fouling paints and the adoption of the statement on marine geoengineering. Egypt stresses the importance of continued scientific discussion regarding the technologies of carbon capture and storage, taking into account the needs of developing countries. Egypt supports the efforts in the field of implementation and compliance and with regard to radioactive materials in cooperation with the IAEA. And we also should coordinate with NBLG before its entry into force. Finally, we welcome the adoption of the scientific program for the period 2020-2028, and we reconfirm our commitment for continued constructive work to protect the marine environment. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Egypt. No specific measures or action have been requested of Council in 13510, so I suggest that we take due note of the information, and if there are no objections, it is so decided.
Pasamos a considerar.
We now move on to the next agenda item, namely 11A, relations with the United Nations and the specialized agencies. We have one document under this agenda item, and I'd therefore like to ask the Secretary General to introduce C13511A.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Document C13511A informs Council about recent updates to relevant ocean-related intergovernmental processes, in particular the development of an international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution and the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, and I'd now like to ask Council for comments on the information provided in this document. The delegation of Chile. Thank you, sir. Allow me to begin by thanking the United States, Italy, Indonesia, Nigeria for all their kind invitations in recent days. Secondly, I'd like to thank the Secretary General for his report. Thank you, sir. And Chile welcomes the forthcoming entry into force of the BBNJ agreement. This is a real milestone which shows that multilateralism guided by science can lead to real significant results. And in the same spirit of cooperation, and given that we are a maritime country with a long history of commitment to the law of the sea, Chile has proposed that it host the Secretariat of the BBNJ agreement in the port city of Valparaiso. We are convinced that we meet all the necessary requirements to ensure the operation of a modern, efficient, inclusive secretariat ready to meet the challenges of the future. And I'd also recall the role of the secretariat, which has played an active part in seminars and fora on the BBNJ agreement, with its broad experience of institutional management, capacity building, and the administration of global treaties. Both secretariats, that is the IMO Secretariat and the Secretariat of the BBNJ agreement, share a common legal framework, namely UNCLOS, and the same aim that we hope to protect, that is the sea. And finally, we'd like to call on the Secretary General and his staff to continue to support the implementation of the future BBNJ agreements secretariat by contributing their experience towards consolidating a sound and efficient organisation. Thank you very much, sir.
Gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile, the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the Nigerian delegation for the generous lunch reception. Indonesia thanks the Secretary General for the update in the document C 135/11A. We note the ongoing negotiations under the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution and the continued delay in reaching agreement on the legally binding instrument. Indonesia underlines the importance of ensuring coherence between this emerging instrument and the existing work of IMO on marine litter to avoid the duplication of obligations, particularly for developing states. We also note the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement in January 2026 and the preparation for its first conference of the parties. As an archipelagic state with significant interest in ocean governance, Indonesia emphasizes that cooperation between the BBNJ framework and IMO must fully respect the mandates established under the 1982 UNCLOS, avoid overlap, and ensure that sectoral bodies retain their technical authority. This is in line with the non-undermine principle enshrined in the BBNJ agreement. Predictability and clarity will be essential for effective coordination between the two bodies. Indonesia encourages the Secretariat to continue monitoring developments in these processes, especially those relating to data sharing mechanisms, governance interactions, and capacity building needs. Strengthened international cooperation should support, rather than burden, the implementation efforts of developing countries. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Finland.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to thank Nigeria for their reception. Finland is pleased with the upcoming entry into force of the United Nations BBNJ agreement negotiated under UNCLOS and is looking forward to its ambitious implementation globally. Efficient collaboration with other relevant organizations, such as the IMO, is essential in order to achieve the goals set out in the BBNJ agreement. Finland would therefore encourage us all to take this cooperation requirement into consideration when continuing our work. Thank you.
Gracias, Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. The delegation of Mexico. Sorry, could you request the floor again?
Sí. Bueno, tomamos a Grecia primero y después a México. Sí.
We'll take Greece first and then we'll come back. Greece.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. First of all, would like to thank Nigeria for the lunch today. Greece welcomes the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement on January 2026 and proudly notes its ratification as a reflection of our enduring commitment to ocean governance and multilateral cooperation. This landmark treaty represents a turning point in the global effort to protect marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions, and the IMO expertise and global mandate make it a key actor in supporting the implementation of this agreement, especially by using its existing mechanisms to manage and protect marine ecosystems. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Grecia.
Thank you. Greece. Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. Turning to the information in the document with regard to the forthcoming entry into force of the BBNJ, an agreement which reflects global commitment to protection of our oceans, a fair access to its resources, and the building of a sustainable future for for present and future generations. Mexico repeats the request made in document 13420A1, which Germany, Spain, Finland, France, Jamaica, Mexico, the Netherlands, and Republic of Korea, as well, put to members at the 134th Council meeting, recommending an agenda to harmonize the way in which IMO brings together synergies between its remit and instruments and regulations of the United Nations to protect the oceans. Mexico will, in this context, be submitting a document shortly, and we do very much hope we can count on the support of all present. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Peru. Oh, 1 minute. Peru. Now. Thank you, sir. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for having submitted C13511A. And we note the updated information on the key intergovernmental processes in the sphere of ocean matters, and we welcome the forthcoming entry into force of the BBNG on the 17th of January next year, and also progress at the second session of the negotiating committee. And at national level, we've been making our own efforts to make progress towards ratification of the agreement and ensure full participation and substantial participation at the Conference of Parties. We also acknowledge the importance of enhanced cooperation between the regulatory framework of the BBNJ and the IMO, as both have convergent priorities with regard to protection of the marine environment and governments of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We therefore very much appreciate the efforts of the Secretary General to keep member states informed of implications of the entry into force and of the agreement, and we hope that there will be effective interinstitutional work which is based on clear terms of reference or remits. And we very much appreciate the information and will continue to play a constructive part in the discussions under this agenda item. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Perú.
Thank you, Peru. And we now turn to the observers. We'll start with the delegation of Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We thank the distinguished delegation of Indonesia for the morning tea break and express sincere appreciation to all of you for making out time to attend Nigeria's afternoon reception. We sincerely appreciate that. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for his comprehensive report and acknowledges the IMO's continued collaboration with the United Nations and specialized agencies in advancing global ocean governance. Nigeria welcomes the progress made under the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee on Plastic Pollution and reiterates its strong support for the development of an internationally legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. As a coastal and maritime nation heavily reliant on ocean resources, Nigeria remains deeply concerned about the transboundary impact of marine litter on the Gulf of Guinea and its wider implication for marine biodiversity, safety of navigation, and coastal livelihood. We therefore underscore the need for coordinated global action that integrates the IMO's regulatory framework with broader UN environmental instruments, ensuring coherence, complementarity, and capacity support for developing states. Mr. Chair, the Nigeria further welcomes the entry into force of the Agreement on the Conservation of and Sustainable Use of Marine Biodiversity on areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ Agreement. Mouthful word. Making a historic milestone in protection of our shared ocean heritage. Nigeria underscores the importance of ensuring that the BBNJ implementation framework strengthens rather than fragment existing mechanisms under the UNCLOS and the IMO. In this regard, Nigeria supports the ongoing dialogue to define modalities for institutional cooperation between the IMO and the BBNJ conference and the parties, particularly in areas concerning vessel source pollution, area-based management tool, and marine scientific research. Nigeria affirms its commitments to active engagements in these areas. This process, guided by the process of equity, sustainability, and the common heritage of mankind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are taking the floor very late, and thank you for recognizing us. And we are doing so for a number of reasons. One is to thank Nigeria for the sumptuous lunch, and in order to prevent the Jollof conflict. Regarding the matter at hand, Chair, Ghana welcomes the coming into force of the BBNJ Convention, and at the moment, our processes are before Cabinet for the ratification of the instrument, which we hope to do before the end of the year or early next year. Chair, whilst we encourage the IMO to follow the process keenly and coordinate with the UN and other agencies, we equally align with other countries that call for a fine distinction of the two processes. This will lessen the burden on developing countries. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Ghana. I take it that Council notes the information provided and requests the Secretary-General to keep it informed of any relevant developments on the issues which have been dealt with in this document. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. We move on now with 11B, dealing with relations with intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations. There is one document under this agenda item which has been jointly submitted by Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal and Togo on behalf of the intergovernmental organisation, the West African Economic and Monetary Union, WAEMU. And I therefore invite one of the co-sponsors to introduce this document, C13511B.
Bueno, si no tenemos disponible a ninguno de los coautores.
Well, if no one is available, as Council may note, this request is being submitted in line with the procedures outlined in the Annex to Assembly Resolution A 1168/32, adopted on the 15th of December 2021. And I'd now like to open the floor for comments regarding the proposal from the West African Economic and Monetary Union on an arrangement of a cooperation arrangement or agreement with IMO, the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية يود
Thank you, Chair. First of all, the United Arab Emirates would like to thank the delegation of Nigeria for the reception at lunchtime. On the matter at hand, we will be brief. We know, Chair, that we're running out of time. So we support the document. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates. Delegation of Brazil.
Delegación de Chile.
Oh, I'm sorry. The delegation of Chile. Well, it's like football, you know, Brazil #1 and then Chile. But anyway, would it were. Well, Spain first, if you please, says the chair.
¿No? Bueno, Argentina.
Argentina.
No. Panamá se ha clasificado para el siguiente.
Panama qualified.
Fútbol es una agenda muy complicada.
Well, it gets a bit complicated when you get onto football, so says Chile. Thank you. We'd like to thank the delegations of Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, Togo, Guinea-Bissau for having submitted the document. We acknowledge the work done by the West African Monetary and Economic Union on shipping and regional government. We appreciate the role of regional organizations, particularly those of the Global South, because they have a multiplier effect, and that extends beyond the relationship between the IMO and each member state. They enable the work of the organization to assume a regional dimension, sharing specialized knowledge, and particularly with regard to ensuring continuity and follow-up over time of processes. When IMO cooperates with a regional body, and that body in turn with its own member states, we build a value chain which keeps the whole process of implementation of standards alive. It develops capacity and promotes technical harmonization in a sustained fashion, and therefore we support the arrangement, the cooperation agreement between IMO and WAEMU, and we agree that the decision should be forwarded to Assembly for its approval. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile.
Delegación de Brasil.
Delegation of Brazil.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. Just looking across the aisle at my neighbors.
Eu support the initiative and the proposal presented in the paper. Thank you.
Gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia thanks the co-sponsors of this document, and we recognize the value of strengthening regional cooperation to support effective implementation of IMO instruments. Indonesia can support the establishment of formal cooperation between IMO and WAEMU, as such agreement can enhance capacity building, improve search and rescue capabilities, and facilitate consistent application of maritime safety and environmental standards in the region. At the same time, Indonesia considers it is important that the cooperation with the regional organization complements rather than substitutes the direct relationship between IMO and its member states. It will also be essential to ensure that expanded cooperation does not place disproportionate demands on ITCP resources or diminish support available for other regions. Indonesia therefore encourages clear and well-defined cooperation framework with appropriate periodic review to ensure that arrangement remains effective and balanced. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Kenya.
And thank you, Chair. The delegation from Kenya thanks Nigeria for the heavy lunch that has made us sleep. this afternoon. Kenya supports the document under discussion. Thank you.
Gracias a Kenia.
Thank you, Kenya. Morocco, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, thank you, Nigeria, for this sumptuous lunch. This delegation fully supports the request for cooperation between IMO and WAEMU. This cooperation will create a multiplier effect. WAEMU will serve as an effective relay for implementing IMO standards across its member states. The identified areas of cooperation are concrete and aligned with our priorities. Therefore, this delegation calls on the Council to approve this request. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. Delegation of France.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to talk about football. I'm just noting that I'm quite far down the pecking order. No, there's other people after me, I can see. Would like to thank everyone who's offered a reception since yesterday evening, most recently Nigeria for lunch. We are very supportive of this request for cooperation from WAEMU to strengthen the standards in the different regions, so we would like the Council to approve this request. Thank you.
Gracias a Francia.
Thank you, France, Canada.
Désolé. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone for the coffee break and lunch today. We recognise that this organisation represents a very important group for looking at the global economy. The World Bank has made predictions up to 2027, growth around 6%. It's an important emerging economies, and it is important that we improve regional representation. For this reason, Canada supports the request for cooperation from the WAEMU with IMO. Thank you.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Italy.
Thank you, Chair. Italy wishes to begin by expressing its appreciation to Nigeria for kindly hosting today's lunch. We also extend our sincere thanks to Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal and Togo for submitting this document and for their continued commitment to strengthening regional maritime cooperation. We take note with interest of WAEMU request to establish formal cooperation with IMO. WAEMU is an important regional actor whose efforts in economic integration and development of maritime, river and lagoon transport align closely with IMO's objectives. Formal cooperation framework will provide clear added value, enhancing coordination among WAEMU member states, supporting the harmonized implementation of IMO instruments, and promoting joint initiatives for safer, more secure, environmentally responsible maritime transport. In view of this consideration, our delegation expresses full support for the request submitted. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Italia. Egipto.
Thank you, Italy. Egypt.
تسمحوا لي ان نقدم كل الشكر والتقدير لكرم الضيافه.
We express our gratitude to Nigeria for the lunch. Chair, our delegation supports this document and the request for cooperation from the WAEMU and IMO.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Egypt. Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair.
First of all, let me thank Indonesia for hosting us for coffee and Nigeria for lunch. On the matter at hand, IMO being an inclusive organization, Cyprus does support the request for cooperation between IMO and the West African Economic and Monetary Union. Thank you.
Gracias a Chipre.
Thank you, Cyprus. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية نشكر وفد نيجيريا.
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, we would like to thank Nigeria for the lunch. We thank the submitters of this document and we support the request for cooperation with IMO from the West African Economic and Monetary Union. This will have a positive impact on this very important region. Thank you.
Gracias, Arabia Saudita.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Norway.
Thank you, Chair, and allow me to thank Indonesia for the coffee and Nigeria for the delicious lunch. Chair, we can be brief, and we join others in fully supporting the request for cooperation with IMO from the WAE and EU. And as a final note, Chair and the Secretary General, Norway is also going to the World Cup in soccer, so look out. Thank you.
Nos tomamos el aviso muy seriamente, Noruega.
Yes, thank you. Norway is serious.
Delegación del Reino Unido.
The United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all who have or are providing sustenance today. I'd just like to add the UK support for approving the request for cooperation between the IMO and the WAEMU for the reasons already outlined. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And we'll turn now to the observers, beginning with Guinea-Bissau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. The delegation of Guinea-Bissau is pleased to briefly intervene in support of the concrete document, which has been co-submitted with Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Togo. Bearing in mind the positive approach taken by the distinguished members of the Council, allow us only to focus on three concise points. First, the proposal, as already indicated, indeed is fully consistent with the IMO Convention, and especially with those articles foreseen the cooperation with intergovernmental organizations. Obviously, it also complies with the Assembly Resolution 1168. Second, the least developed countries of the West African Economic and Monetary Union, including Guinea-Bissau, for them the added value is indeed significant. Within the document, we can see that the maritime transport represents more than 80% of the regional trade. Yet, capacity limitation persists in maritime administration, search and rescue services, hydrography, and also in port operations, and more importantly, maritime training. Cooperation with IMO, as already indicated, will provide harmonized access to technical assistance and obviously improve safety and environmental performance and support the sustainable growth of the region in the maritime and wider economic sector. Third, the cooperation envisaged will directly enhance the IMO's work in West Africa. More particularly, it will strengthen the delivery of the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, support TIMSA's preparation, but more importantly, the Corrective Action Plan implementation, and improve coordinated implementation in various IMO instruments. With the West African Economic and Monetary Union ports handling close to 96 million tons of cargo in the year 2024, the benefits in terms of safer navigation, reduced transit costs, and improved competitiveness are, to our assessment, very concrete and measurable. Mr. Chair, in a nutshell, this delegation considered the submitted proposal as legally sound, procedural compliant, and operational beneficial for both the wider West Africa region, but also for the IMO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Guinea.
Thank you, Guinea-Bissau. Delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will be brief. We thank all the co-sponsors of this important document. Nigeria aligns with previous speakers on the matter under reference and therefore express our absolute support to the document under reference for the reasons outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Nigeria. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, the delegation of Indonesia, for sponsoring the morning coffee break, and the delegation of Nigeria for the lunch reception. We will be short, Chair. South Africa recommends that Council approves the request under consideration. Thank you.
Gracias, Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa. Namibia.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, we thank Indonesia and Nigeria for the sumptuous receptions. We will also be brief, Chair. We fully support the paper and the proposals therein. Thank you.
Gracias, Namibia.
Thank you, Namibia. The delegation of Belgium.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing us the floor. First of all, we want to thank Nigeria for the lovely lunch. We also thank the co-sponsors for presenting these documents. Belgium believes that fostering partnerships is essential to achieving IMO's objectives. A broad and diverse scope of cooperation strengthens the global maritime framework, promotes capacity development, and ensures that regional perspectives are fully integrated into the work of IMO. For these reasons, we support a request for cooperation from WAEMU and encourage the Council to approve this cooperation. Thank you.
Gracias a Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium. Argentina, please. Thank you, sir. We'd like to thank Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal and Togo for their document C13511B, and we are pleased to note this initiative for cooperation between IMO and the WAEMU. So we agree this sort of cooperation arrangement allows for better understanding and support for the specific requirements of developing countries. Thank you.
Gracias, Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. As this is Malaysia's first opportunity to take the floor, we wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the United States, Italy, Indonesia, and Nigeria for the gracious hospitality and wonderful meal provided. Malaysia values strong relations with both intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations and recognize the importance of collaboration for the advancement of global maritime interests. In this context, we support and welcome the request for cooperation by the West African Economic and Monetary Union, represented by Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, and Togo, and we pledge our constructive support. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Malaysia, and to all those of you who intervened in the discussion on this matter. And in the light of that, I take it that Council notes the request and the information provided by the co-sponsors on behalf of WAEMU, and I also take it that Council approves this request from the West African Economic and Monetary Union for a cooperation arrangement with IMO. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. The decision will be forwarded to Assembly for approval. Let us now move on to 11C under this item. There are 3 documents here, and I suggest that we structure our discussions in the following way. Firstly, we will deal with documents relating to international days established by the IMO, including the parallel event, the World Maritime Day parallel event. And then I will be informing you on details of the international days for 2026 and the forthcoming World Maritime Day parallel event. And then finally, we will move on to take the proposal on the evolution of the World Maritime Day parallel event. So I hope that you can agree with that. And I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce 13511C. Thank you, sir. This document reports on the arrangements which were made in 2025 to celebrate the International Day for Women in Maritime, the Day of the Seafarer, and World Maritime Day. I'd like to take this opportunity to convey on behalf of the organization my sincere appreciation to governments, organizations and other entities and IMO staff who celebrated the international days established by IMO and generously lent their support and assistance to their commemoration. I'd also like to thank all member states who joined the Illumination Initiative by lighting up their iconic buildings and other emblematic landmarks in blue in order to promote World Maritime Day and raise awareness of the vital contribution shipping makes to the world. I refer now to paragraph 13 of the document concerning the World Maritime Day parallel event organized by the government of the United Arab Emirates in conjunction with IMO, celebrated in Dubai on the 30th of September and the 1st of October. A full report on the event has been submitted by the United Arab Emirates. That is in document C13511C1. And in this regard, I would like to extend my deep appreciation to the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of the United Arab Emirates and all the organizers, as well as participating panelists, and to those representatives of member states and international organizations who attended and contributed to the success of the celebration of this year's parallel event. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to invite the United Arab Emirates, as host of this year's World Maritime Day parallel event, to introduce C13511C1.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. لقد حظيت دولة الإمارات العربية.
Thank you, Chair. The United Arab Emirates was privileged to be designated as the host country for the 18th World Maritime Day parallel event, which took place on the 30th of September and the 1st of October 2025 in the city of Dubai. The World Maritime Day theme for 2025 was Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, which gave the United Arab Emirates an opportunity to highlight the ocean's vital role as a major driver in the world economy, with more than 80% of global trade transported by sea. And the oceans are a source of jobs and food for millions of people. They are also a home for countless marine species and a regulator of the planet's climate that mitigates the impacts of climate change. This event also focused on the pivotal role of global shipping as the largest sector operating in the ocean space in the protection of the marine environment and contributing to the management of ocean resources. The parallel event was attended by more than 1,600 participants from all over the world. All the participants and the representatives of the embassies focused on key issues. We talked about climate change, we talked about plastic pollution, we talked about the BBNJ Treaty as well, and the link between maritime transport and the BBNJ Treaty. And we spoke about capacity development for sustainable oceans. At the closing ceremony, the United Arab Emirates handed over the flag of the World Maritime Day parallel event to the Republic of Korea, who will be hosting the 2026 parallel event. In conclusion, the United Arab Emirates has been honored and privileged to host the 2025 IMO World Maritime Day parallel event and was pleased to have contributed to this celebration, which is established as a key platform for the international community to reflect on IMO's work, particularly on the theme of 2025, our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. My delegation offers special thanks to the Secretary General of IMO, the Chair of the IMO Council, staff members, speakers, and all distinguished delegates for their participation in the parallel event. The United Arab Emirates is looking forward to participating in the 2026 World Maritime Parallel event, which will be hosted by the Republic of Korea. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates. And I'd now like to ask Council for comments on the documents just introduced.
La celebración de los días.
The celebration of the International Days established by IMO, as well as the World Maritime Day parallel event in Dubai, have been a great success, and therefore I take it that Council would wish to extend its appreciation to all those involved in the preparation and arrangements for their celebration. Council takes note of the very worthwhile contributions which various member governments, organisations and individuals have made to the success of IMO's International Days by their attendance at the events held at IMO headquarters and through events organised by them. By joining the Illumination Initiative to promote the year's theme, as well as the messages sent to the Secretary-General on the occasion, all posted in social media. The Council will no doubt wish to join the Secretary-General in expressing its appreciation to all those governments, organisations and individuals, and in particular to the Government of the United Arab Emirates for successfully hosting the 18th World Maritime Day parallel event. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And we will now move on to IMO's International Days in 2026. The arrangements to celebrate these days will be finalised in due course, and Member States will be advised accordingly and in good time for their preparations. with regard to the next World Maritime Day theme, Council will recall that at its 134th session, it decided that the theme for 2026 and 2027 should be From Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellence, and also endorsed the Secretary-General's proposal to adopt henceforth a World Maritime Day theme every biennium in order to provide member states, observer organizations and all stakeholders more time to plan their activities around the theme. As usual, the Secretary-General will make all necessary arrangements for the celebration of the World Maritime Day. With regard to the World Maritime Day parallel event, allow me to remind you that the next event will be hosted by the Republic of Korea. We will now move on to the proposal for the evolution of the World Maritime Day parallel event, and I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C135/11C/2. Thank you, Chair. The World Maritime Day parallel event has, over the years, played an important role in extending the reach of World Maritime Day and in supporting global awareness of the organization's work. However, the circumstances in which the parallel event was conceived have evolved significantly. Today, the availability of modern communication technologies and the widespread use of social media allow IMO and its member states to promote the day and its theme to a global audience and at minimal cost. In this context, and taking into account the growing demands on the IMO calendar, particularly on meetings, and the associated administrative and financial implications outlined in document C13511C/2, I would like to propose the phasing out of the World Maritime Day parallel event after the 2027 event in the Philippines. The proposal, I just want to clarify, does not affect the events already agreed for 2026 and 2027. This proposal reflects both the changing environment and my continued commitment to keeping World Maritime Day visible and relevant. Before I conclude, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all member states that have hosted the parallel event for their generosity and support. Should my proposal meet your agreement, I am confident that national level celebrations, and indeed international, and the use of digital platforms will continue to uphold the visibility and the spirit of World Maritime Day well into the future, thereby maintaining the main objective for which it was originally introduced. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to invite comments on the document just introduced and on the information provided by the Secretary General. Delegation of Qatar.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. في البداية
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, I would like to thank you, the United States, Italy, Nigeria, and all those who have offered us receptions. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the report in document C1311C2. We thank you for the content, which explains how the World Maritime Day has evolved over the years. And we thank all those member states who have held parallel events. We mention in particular the United Arab Emirates, who organised this year's event. It was really excellent. We believe that the World Maritime Day parallel event, which began in 2005, has played an important role. It has made it possible for us to enforce our work in the maritime area, provides a forum for experts, representatives of the maritime sector from across the globe to meet. It has made a contribution to highlight the work of IMO and to unify our messaging around the World Maritime Day every year. If we end these events after 2027, we will deprive the maritime community of a very important international platform. This event is always an opportunity for an exchanging, for capacity building to strengthen cooperation between countries. We believe that the issues referred to, be they administrative or financial, or the issues with the calendar, these could be dealt with in looking at how we organise these events and introducing more flexibility into the organisation without necessarily ending them. The delegation of Qatar would like to review this proposal to end the World Maritime Day parallel event. We would like this event to continue. In conclusion, our delegation insists that the Council should continue to organise this event. We would like to make an official proposal in line with the existing procedures to host the event in 2028 to make our contribution to strengthen cooperation in the maritime community. Thank you.
Gracias a Qatar.
Thank you, Qatar. Delegation of Egypt.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation thanks the Secretary General for document 11C2 on the evolution of the World Maritime Day parallel event. It's true that we have seen real changes in the way in which we communicate, and we believe that the proposal contained in the document to celebrate this day at a national level is very good. We need more flexibility. The event provides a good opportunity for people to cooperate and to raise awareness of the work of the organisation and the World Maritime Day topic. We thank all those countries who have hosted the parallel event since 2005. Thank you.
Gracias, Egipto.
Thank you, Egypt. The United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية يود
Thank you, Chair. My delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for the document. As you may know, the Council at its 94th session agreed to hold an event elsewhere in the world, possibly every other year, in parallel with the celebration of the World Maritime Day at IMO headquarters. The first event was hosted by Portugal in 2005, followed by 17 events held in Singapore, Brazil, Greece, the United States of America, Argentina, Italy, Bahrain, Peru, Morocco, Japan, Turkey, Panama, Poland, Colombia, South Africa, Spain, and most recently in the United Arab Emirates. All the reports received by the Council from host countries of the event indicated the success of the event and said that it had achieved its aim to provide a platform to highlight IMO's work, bringing together key actors and stakeholders in the maritime community to discuss relevant issues. This delegation fully understands the challenges highlighted in document C-135-11C2, in particular, hosting such an event during an assembly year. Therefore, this delegation fully supports paragraph 7 of the proposal. However, the United Arab Emirates is of the view that instead of phasing out the event progressively from 2028, it would be prudent to consider hosting the event in the years when no assembly is taking place. This would reduce the burden on both the organisation and on host countries of the event. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. Delegation of Saudi Arabia.
شكرا لك سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks the Secretary General for the report contained in C-135-11C2 and for the thoughtful review of the evolution of the World Maritime Day parallel event. We recognise the important achievements of this initiative since its inception in 2005. Over the years, this event has provided a valuable platform to promote IMO's global message and strengthen cooperation among member states and enhance the organisation's outreach. It's very important that consultation among member states takes place before a decision is taken to phase out the parallel event after 2027, because this is an important event from a diplomatic point of view and from a development point of view. Perhaps it would be possible to find a hybrid solution to this problem to enable us to preserve this important event. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. The delegation of Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Indonesia and Nigeria for the receptions today. The Philippines wishes to thank the Secretary General for document C-135-11C2 and appreciate the work undertaken to inform the Council of the issues raised therein. We wish to note the invaluable role that the World Maritime Day parallel event has played since its establishment in 2005. Over the years, the WMDPE has provided an important platform for promoting the themes of World Maritime Day, showcasing the organization's work, and bringing together governments, industry stakeholders, and the wider maritime community. These gatherings have supported international dialogue, strengthened cooperation, and enhanced global awareness of the issues at the heart of IMO's mandate. We also wish to recognize the significant effort that many member states have dedicated to organizing and hosting these events. Their commitment has helped ensure the visibility and relevance of IMO's work across different regions. And we thus commend the UAE for hosting a successful parallel event in Dubai, and on this note, align with Qatar and Saudi Arabia to consider the matter. But looking ahead, the Philippines is honored to host the World Maritime Day parallel event in 2027 and fully supports the 2026-2027 theme, From Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellence. This theme provides a valuable platform to showcase how IMO conventions are implemented in practice, particularly in areas of safety, security, and sustainability. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. The delegation of Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for the thoughtful proposal on the future of the World Maritime Day parallel event. We recognize the logistical, financial, and scheduling pressure outlined in document C-13511C2 and appreciate the organization's sensitivity to the burden on member states. However, while technology now enables global engagements at minimal cost, Nigeria underscores that the physical presence of the IMO in diverse maritime communities has historically yielded irreplaceable value. The World Maritime Day parallel event has not only amplified IMO's visibility, but has also brought the organization into a direct contact with the realities facing port communities, seafarers, regulators, and emerging maritime economies. Continuing some form of in-person outreach, however modest, ensures that the IMO ideals are not merely communicated digitally, but are grounded in the lived experience of member states. Even limited expenditure by the organization delivers substantial return in awareness, capacity building, and strengthening of global maritime culture. Nigeria therefore advocates for a hybrid evolution of the World Maritime Day celebration rather than a complete phase-out of in-person dimension after 2027. While we support the expanded digital engagement to reduce cost and broaden reach, we believe it is equally important that the IMO continues on a rotational basis to visit localities, especially developing maritime nations, to observe firsthand the progress of challenges of implementing IMO instruments. This approach aligns with the spirit of the World Maritime Day parallel event without imposing the scale or expenses of previous edition. Such continued physical visibility reinforces trust, encourages compliance, and motivates coastal community who sees the IMO not as a distant regulator but as an engaged partner. Chair, this delegation has listened carefully to the recent intervention of the United Arab Emirates and fully aligns with the proposal for the World Maritime Day parallel event to take place any other year, a year not coinciding with IMO biennium. This delegation can then now support the proposal by the distinguished delegation of the UAE. Nigeria stands ready to support an adaptive model that preserves the benefits of in-person engagement while embracing the efficiencies of modern communication. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Nigeria.
Thank you, Nigeria.
Gracias a las delegaciones.
Thank you to all those of you who took part in this discussion on the Secretary-General's proposal. And given the comments, I propose that Council takes note of the information in C-13511C2, and secondly, Council agrees to keep the parallel World Maritime Day parallel event pursuant to existing provisions for its celebration. And if there are no objections, it is so decided.
Con esto pasamos a considerar el apartado D.
So we will now move on to 11D. And this is IMO awards. I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce C13511D.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. C13511D reports on the nominations received for the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award, as well as on the recommendations of the related assessment panel. Council is invited to note the information with regard to the award and to endorse the panel's recommendations. 2. Bestow the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award to Professor Momoko Kitada, nominated by Japan, for her leadership and influence extending beyond her academic role at the World Maritime Museum, and for inspiring generations of global students to carry forward the principles of gender equality into their own administrations and institutions. To present letters of commendation to Mr. Marcos Tinti, nominated by Brazil, Mrs. Mariana Pescatori Cândido da Silva, nominated by Brazil, Ms. Eleni Polychronopoulou, nominated by Greece, Commodore Christine Pauline Berganio di Ciano, nominated by the Philippines, Ms. Elisa D. Chomi, nominated by the Philippines, Rear Admiral Mitzi Silva Campo, nominated by the Philippines, and Ms. Christine Duffy, nominated by the Cruise Lines International Association, CLIA. And finally, to amend the terms of reference of the award, specifically paragraphs 9 and 16, in line with the information contained in paragraphs 7 and 9 of the document. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. If there are no objections to the report we've had from the Secretary General, then I take it that the Council endorses the panel's recommendations, and I therefore declare that Professor Momoko Kitada, nominated by Japan, is the recipient of the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award.
Asimismo,
and I also take it that the Council endorses the panel's recommendations in respect of the recipients of letters of commendation and to the amendments of the terms of reference of the award. It is so decided. I'd like to extend my congratulations and those of Council to Professor Kitada and all the recipients of letters of commendation, and express Council's appreciation to the remaining candidates and to the governments and organisations which nominated candidates for the award, as well as to the members of the assessment panel for their support and dedication. And I'd now like to inform the Secretary-General to advise Council on the arrangements for the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award ceremony.
Gracias, señor presidente. Y en primer lugar,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And as you have already done, I'd like to congratulate Professor Momoko Kitada and all those who have received letters of commendation. with regard to the ceremony to present the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award, it will take place on Monday, 18th of May 2026 at IMO headquarters during the celebration of the International Day for Women in Maritime. Further details will be disseminated in due course. With regard to the arrangements for the 2027 IMO Gender Equality Award, a circular letter will be issued at the beginning of the year inviting nominations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General. I'd now like to invite Council to note and endorse the arrangements proposed by the Secretary General in respect of the presentation of the 2026 award and to invite nominations for the 2027 award. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that completes our consideration of item 11 in its totality. And it's 4 o'clock, so time for tea. And I'd like to turn to the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا.
Thank you, Chair. Under this agenda item, Mr. Chair, we've discussed the subject of hosting the parallel event. And we have no intention of reopening the discussion around this matter. But as a follow-up to the hosting of the parallel event last time, we would like to invite you to coffee break on the occasion of the nomination of the UAE to category C for the upcoming term. We look forward to welcoming you all on the first floor. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you very much to the UAE, and can I wish you all a pleasant break. We'll meet again at 4:30.
Buenas tardes de nuevo.
And once again, good afternoon, and thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates for coffee and the delicious donuts. I've broken all my principles to have a healthy diet in the course of this period, and I would like now to ask you to turn to item 12 on our agenda, the report on the status of conventions, members of the organisation and membership of the organisation, and developments relating to instruments with respect to which the organisation performs functions. Under status of conventions and the status of treaties module on GESIS, you can find further updates. I'd now like to invite the Secretary General to introduce C13512. Thank you, Chair. Document C13512 provides information on the status of the membership of the organisation as of 23rd September 2025. September. Yeah, 2025. Since the 134th session of the Council, there's been no change in the membership of the organisation, which stands at 176, with the number of associate members remaining at 3. With regard to the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, another 83 instruments of acceptance are still needed in order to trigger the requirements for their entry into force. Council will recall all the work done on this, and additionally, this year I've only received 2 documents of acceptance, one in July, the other in August, and 21 of the 40 members of Council have accepted the amendments. Council will recall that the 2021 amendments were adopted with a view to expanding the size of the Council, extending the term of its members, and establishing as authentic the texts of the IMO Convention in the 3 other official languages. Council is invited to refer to circular letter number 4545 and its addendum for more information on the procedure for accepting these amendments. There remain 2 IMO treaties for which entry into force requirements are yet to be met. The 2010 HNS protocol requires 4 more ratifications with the required contributing cargo to trigger its entry into force and thus provide a more comprehensive framework for liability and compensation. For the 2012 Cape Town Agreement, while the minimum number of 23 contracting states has been met, there remains a shortfall of 584 fishing vessels of 24 meters in length and over operating on the high seas before it can enter into force and achieve the much-needed safety standards in the fishing sector. I sincerely hope that these 2 important treaties will come into force in the very near future, and I strongly encourage member states to ratify the protocol and the agreement without delay so that their entry into force can be achieved as soon as possible. And I'd like to assure Council that, as usual, the Secretariat remains ready to provide any necessary assistance to governments to enable them to participate fully in and contribute to the work of IMO. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to invite comments from Council on the document introduced by the Secretary General and the information it contains.
Delegación de India.
Delegation of India.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me thank Indonesia, Nigeria, and UAE for great hospitality and delicacies, and those have been truly delightful. Chair, this delegation is pleased to inform the Council that India has comprehensively modernized its national maritime framework through enactment of the Merchant Shipping Act 2025, which integrates contemporary best practices and key IMO instruments to further strengthen the safety, security, and environmental integrity of both international and domestic shipping. Chair, the International Convention on the Control and Management of Ships' Ballast Water and Sediments 2004 and the International Convention on Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage 2001 have been incorporated into this new legislative framework enacted by the Indian Parliament. India is presently in the process of drafting the subordinate legislations under the new Act, and upon its completion, will move forward with accession to both conventions in near future, thereby reinforcing our commitment to harmonized global maritime governance and enhanced marine environmental protection. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a India.
Thank you, India, the delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We thank you, AE, for providing the refreshment at the matters of the hand. Indonesia thanks to the Secretary General for the update in the document C-135/12, particularly on the amendment to the IMO Convention adopted through resolutions A1152-32. It has been 4 years since its adoption in 2021, and progress on acceptance remained very slow, with only 34 member states having accepted the amendment, still far from the 170 required for entry into force. Indonesia has ratified the amendment because we view them as essential for strengthening the governance, balance, and overall effectiveness of the organizations. Advancing IMO reform is in the shared interest of the entire membership and will ensure that the organization remains fit for the purpose in responding to today's maritime challenges. Indonesia fully supports the Secretary General's continued effort to encourage wider acceptance. We also recognize that many member states may face internal legal, administrative, or technical challenges in completing their acceptance procedures. In this regard, Indonesia recalls that capacity building support is available through the Secretariat and encourage member states to seek such assistance where helpful in facilitating their domestic process. Chair, while Indonesia certainly enjoys the receptions and campaign, coffee breaks, lunch, and dinners that take place every 2 years, but we believe that meaningful institutional reform is far more important for the long-term strength and credibility of this organization. Indonesia stands ready to support collective effort to help the amendment reach the required threshold. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the United Arab Emirates for their kind invitation to the tea. And thank you, Secretary General, for having introduced the document. With regard to the IMO Convention, Mexico is pleased to announce that the Mexican Navy Secretariat, in coordination with the legal division of the External Relations Secretariat, is ready to submit ratification of the instruments so that our president can bring it to the Mexican Senate for possible approval in 2026. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de.
Thank you, Mexico. Cyprus.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, let me thank the UAE for hosting us for coffee this afternoon. On the document at hand, we thank the Secretary General for document 135/12 and for the information provided in the document. We would like to inform the Council of our latest national developments pertaining to the ratification of IMO instruments and instruments for which the IMO performs functions. Earlier this year, the Republic of Cyprus ratified the two 2005 SUA protocols. The instruments of accession were deposited with the IMO, and the protocols entered into force for the Republic of Cyprus on July 27, 2025. In addition, Cyprus has ratified the 2009 Hong Kong Ship Recycling Convention, and the instrument of accession to this convention will be deposited with the Secretary General of the IMO in the coming days. Now turning to document 135/12 and the amendments to the conventions requiring explicit acceptance, Cyprus emphasizes the importance of the timely entry into force of the 2021 amendments. Cyprus is one of the 34 member states that have accepted the amendments to the IMO Convention since September 2023. Lastly, in relation to the 2008 amendments to the Convention of the International Mobile Satellite Organization, the Republic of Cyprus would like to inform the Council that it has accepted these amendments in September of last year. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Chipre.
Thank you, Cyprus. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thanks the Secretary General for the detailed report contained in this document and commends the Secretariat for its continued efforts to maintain updated and transparent records on the status of the IMO conventions and amendments. The Kingdom welcomes the progress achieved regarding the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention. This represents an important step towards strengthening the governance, efficiency, and representatives of the organization. The Kingdom is proud to be among the 34 member states that have already accepted these amendments. We encourage member states that have not yet done so to proceed with their acceptance of the 2021 amendments so that they may enter into force as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Delegation of Spain. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for the information provided, and in particular with regard to the Cape Town Agreement. As a country which is committed to promoting the agreement, along with many others who have ratified it, would urge countries to ratify the agreement for its entry into force, which will lead to better safety standards in the fishing sector. Thank you.
Gracias a.
Thank you, Spain. Having heard some updates from member states with regard to the legal status of conventions, I take it that Council can firstly note the information presented in C135/12 and the information given to us by the Secretary General, and secondly, endorses the Secretary General's continuing efforts to encourage governments to consider acceding to those IMO treaties to which they are not yet parties, and thirdly and finally, supports ongoing efforts by Member States and the Secretariat to bring into force the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, the 2010 HNS Protocol, and the 2012 Cape Town Agreement at the earliest possible opportunity. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And we now move on to agenda item 13. And this is items for inclusion in the agenda for the next session of Council. That is C136. I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce document 13513.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Document C13513 sets out the proposed substantive items for inclusion in the provisional agenda for the 136th regular session of Council, in accordance with Rule 13 of its Rules of Procedure for consideration by the Council. I also bring to the Council's attention the proposed date of the meeting indicated in square brackets, noting that the Council, at its last session, already agreed that its 136th regular session be held on Thursday, 4th of December 2025, at the conclusion of the 34th session of the Assembly, unless announced otherwise during that meeting. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. I take it that Council takes note of the substantive items proposed for inclusion in the provisional agenda for its 136th regular session, as set out in document C13513. With respect to the date proposed for the session, I trust that our previous decision stands, and unless the Assembly decides otherwise, the 136th regular session will take place on Thursday, 4th of December. And if there's no objection, it is so decided. We will now move on to item 14 of the agenda, and that is supplementary agenda items, if any. Here we have 3 documents for consideration. I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce the first one, C13514, on the enhancement of GSIS. Thank you, Chair. Document C13514 provides an update on progress made with the review and upgrade of the Global Integrated Shipping Information System, GISIS, and the related data management framework. The first phase of the project, completed earlier this year, focused on assessing the organization's data management needs, reviewing existing systems, and developing a comprehensive plan to guide future enhancements. Building on this foundation, the second phase now moves into implementation. The tender process for this phase has been completed, and the final stages of the procurement process are currently underway. Once the contract is finalized and signed, work will commence on modernizing GISIS through the development of a new analytical data model, improved integration with visualization tools, and the enhancement of user interfaces to ensure a more consistent and efficient experience. Throughout this process, the Secretariat will ensure that the current operation of GESIS remains fully functional and that Member States and Secretariat users continue to have uninterrupted access to their reporting platforms. The project continues to be supported through the Voyage Together Trust Fund, and I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Republic of Korea for its generous and ongoing support. Council will be kept informed of further progress as implementation advances. Thank you.
Gracias,
Thank you, Secretary General. I take it that Council can note the information provided in C-135-14 and that given verbally by the Secretary General, and that the Secretary General will present a report on the progress made to the next Council session. So if there is no objection, it is so decided. And I'd now like to invite the Secretary General to introduce C-135/14/1 on the request by Eswatini to observe IMO meetings.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. C-135-14-1 contains a request from the Kingdom of Eswatini to be invited to observe IMO meetings. According to Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, MSC, MEPC, TC, and the FOWL Committee, the Secretary General, with the approval of Council, may invite non-IMO members to participate as observers in IMO meetings. Therefore, I'm seeking Council's approval to invite Eswatini to IMO meetings on the basis explained in paragraph 2 of the document. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. The Secretary General has reported on the request from Eswatini to be invited to attend meetings of the Assembly, the Maritime Safety, Marine Environment Protection, Technical Cooperation and Facilitation Committees, which is before the Council for approval. And the floor is open for comments on this request.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for this document, and we also thank the Kingdom of Eswatini for its request to observe IMO meetings. The delegation of the UAE supports this request, and we believe that the participation of the Kingdom of Eswatini as an observer will encourage it in the near future to join the IMO and possibly accede or ratify to IMO conventions. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you to the UAE. Chile. Thank you, Chair. Can we firstly thank the United Arab Emirates for the coffee break. Chile is grateful for the presentation of C-135-14-1, and we welcome this request from the Kingdom of Eswatini to observe International Maritime Organization meetings. We see this step as a clear demonstration of Eswatini's interest in actively involving itself in the international maritime system, strengthening its institutional capacity with regard to maritime governance and shipping. And we believe that Their participation as an observer would contribute to the principle of universality and inclusive cooperation, which marks the IMO. And we agree that the Secretary-General should extend an invitation pursuant to the rules of procedure of the organization.
Gracias a Chile.
Thank you. Chile, the delegation of Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary General for this document. This delegation joins with others in supporting the request by Eswatini to observe IMO meetings, which request is in keeping with the respective rules of procedure. Thank you.
Gracias a Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. I have a long list of requests to speak, and we have just half an hour to complete our agenda. We still have some matters remaining on this agenda. I take it that everyone who's requested the floor is in agreement with Council's approval of the request from Eswatini. So if you agree with that, I would ask you to be so good, as you've done in the past, to cooperate with me and therefore to put your flags down. Thank you all very much. Thank you. So, as I was saying, I take it that Council approves the proposal to invite the Kingdom of Eswatini to attend meetings of the Assembly, the Maritime Safety, the Maritime Environment Protection, the Technical Cooperation and the Facilitation Committees as an observer. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And I'd now like to draw Council's attention to the last submission, and that is C-13514-2, and I would like to invite the Russian Federation to introduce the document.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Secretary General. Good afternoon, colleagues. From the outset, we would like to thank all delegations who yesterday and today hosted receptions, and in doing so made our work better and sweeter. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank in advance those countries who will host receptions in the future, tomorrow, for example, if we're going to be having those receptions. Chair, once again, I'd like to draw your attention to the document. I'd like to thank you for your service, sir. That's very important.
The last document, and we have just half an hour left. So I think we are absolutely in time. Coming back to business, and I switch to Russian once again, to Russian language.
Chair, on document 135-14-2, and this statement delivered here now, serve first and foremost to raise awareness amongst Council members of these egregious events which pose a direct threat to maritime safety. In other words, to the fundamental mission of our organisation, specifically the facilitation of safe and sustainable shipping. As you know, sir, our delegation already made a similar statement at the last session of the Council, at the 110th session of the MSC, and at the last session of the IMSO Consultative Committee. Chair, we reassure you that we will continue to inform the international maritime community of these facts. As I already stated at the last Council session, our delegation submitted document C-134/24/2 on violation of the terms of provisions of GMDSS satellite communication services. In that document, we informed the Council that from 2022 to 2025, Inmarsat Global Limited, an IMO recognized provider of mobile satellite services, imposed restrictions on vessels under the flag of the Russian Federation, as well as vessels registered, owned, or operated in the Russian Federation, disconnecting more than 100 vessels from the services of the Inmarsat mobile satellite communication system, being a recognized component of the GMDSS. Considering that disconnecting vessels from services of the Inmarsat mobile satellite communication systems poses a threat to the safety of global merchant shipping, provokes risks to the critical information infrastructure of maritime transport and the environment, the Russian Federation expresses its serious concern and considers it necessary to consistently raise awareness of this situation amongst IMO member states and the international community. Since the 134th session of the Council, so our last session, the situation with the barring of Inmarsat mobile satellite communication services on board Russian vessels has not been resolved, and it has even worsened. In addition to the barring of satellite communication services by Inmarsat Global Limited, one of its providers, that is Marlink AS, Norway, has imposed global restrictions on 11 vessels under the flag of the Russian Federation, barring Inmarsat mobile satellite communications on board. The reason given for barring them is financial debt, which is not true, and as a result, this violates the rules for the provision of mobile satellite communication services in the GMDSS. The number of vessels under the flag of the Russian Federation, as well as vessels registered, owned, or operated in the Russian Federation, which have been disconnected by Inmarsat Global Limited from the services of the Inmarsat mobile satellite communication system, at the present time is more than 120. So we can see that the number of vessels is growing. Disconnecting ships from the services of satellite communication systems, as we have already stated, poses a threat to the safety of global merchant shipping. It provokes risks to the critical information infrastructure of maritime transport and the environment. I'm going to repeat this. The more vessels you have which are being barred, the greater the risks are going to be. That's easy for everyone to understand. This does not just relate to the disconnection of services under Chapter 4 of the SOLAS Convention, which states that every ship, while at sea, shall be capable of fulfilling its GMDSS functions and to transmit and receive general radio communications, which in turn could be directly related to the safety of shipping and the protection of life at sea, for example, emergency medical assistance or consultation, but also to those services described in Chapter 5, Regulation 19.1 of SOLAS on the functioning of LRIT systems, which also serve as a basis for information exchange between administrations when resolving maritime security issues. And also the services described in Chapter 11.2, Regulation 6, that is the functioning of ship security alert systems. Once again, we repeat, it doesn't take much to imagine the critical consequences for a ship and its crew if, for example, a ship security alert system does not function on time because it has been disconnected by Inmarsat. This is especially relevant now because, unfortunately, we all often hear of attacks on ships and their crews. Chair, I will conclude there. You have the action requested of the committee in paragraph 7 and paragraph 6 of our document. Thank you.
Gracias a la Federación de Rusia.
Thank you to the Russian Federation. And I'd now like to invite Council to comment on the document and the information provided by the Russian Federation. The floor is open.
Noruega.
Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Russia for their document. Firstly, we would like to take this opportunity to comment on the document Para 4, which refers to Marlink AS. It is important to note that this is a private commercial company based in Norway, and it is not a Norwegian government-controlled entity. We have been unaware of the company's actions prior to the document submitted by Russia. In the case of the 11 vessels, as referred to by Russia, we have been informed that a mistake in the borrowing process by applying a wrong code in the system was made by the company, Marlink AS. As soon as the mistake was noticed, it was corrected. Inmarsat finalized as per the agreed process and also updated the relevant national authorities. Chair, we want to emphasize that any vessel's ability to apply and use the distress signal and communicate during distress situations remains unaffected, even when barred. Chair, with regard to the actions requested by the Council, we refer to the discussion and comments provided at Council C134. This delegation is of the opinion that the issue falls under the scope of IMSO, and we encourage again Member States to submit documents on this issue for discussion in IMSO. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Norway. The United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the Norwegian delegation for the additional information and context provided in relation to this item. From the information provided, it is clear that the situation has not changed since our discussion on this subject at Council 134 in July. The United Kingdom remains satisfied that GMDSS functions, including distress transmission and reception and the reception of maritime safety information, have been maintained by Inmarsat for all Member States in line with the IMO regulatory framework. The Council has already invited the Russian Federation or any other interested Member State to raise directly with IMSO any case for which they consider that the provisions of Resolution A 1001/25 have not been observed or adhered to by a recognised mobile satellite provider. I suggest there is no further action required of the Council at this time. In addition, I understand that Inmarsat do remain available to answer any questions Member States may have. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you to the United Kingdom. IMSO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. We had no intention to take the floor on this matter. the ground that we give explanations at the last Council session. The matter was discussed at AC 51 session back in June, and we of course remain available to discuss further this matter on next Advisory Committee 52 session in March next year. We will ensure that this matter will be dealt in line with the IMO regulatory framework, making sure that the safety-related functional requirements of the GMDSS as per SOLAS Chapter 4 Regulation 412 will be applied. So far, following the exchange of information we've had with Inmarsat on this very specific case, we have got confirmation that the safety-related functional requirements are maintained as per their obligations, which actually come from the public service agreement that has been signed with this organization. So we would welcome any submissions for the Advisory Committee 52 session and to discuss this matter further in March 2026. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la IMSO.
Thank you, IMSO. And thank you to everyone who has commented. I take it that Council takes note of the documents submitted by the Russian Federation and taking into account the present arrangements in place for the oversight and reporting of the performance of recognized mobile satellite services, reiterate the invitation to the Russian Federation and any other interested member states to raise directly with IMSO any case where they consider that the provisions of Resolution A100125 have not been or are not being observed or adhered to by a recognized mobile satellite service provider. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And that completes consideration of agenda item 14. And with that, we have completed consideration of the agenda for the 135th session of Council. Could you just bear with me for 1 minute while I have a discussion with Secretariat as to the plan for tomorrow?
Muy bien, gracias.
Thank you for your patience and thank you for your sterling work and cooperation over the last 2 days, which means that we've been able to get through the agenda even before the deadline. So tomorrow, I would suggest that we take up the kind invitation of the delegation of Bangladesh, inviting us to coffee at 11. At 11:30, we would meet here in plenary to consider the draft record of decisions of Council, and we would then have the social events offered by Peru at lunchtime, and I'd also encourage you to stay here for the afternoon, evening reception to be offered by the delegation of Kenya. Having said that, I think we can adjourn for the day. I hope you have a good rest, and we'll give the floor to the delegation of Morocco for an announcement on events.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegations. It's my pleasure, on behalf of His Excellency, the Ambassador of His Majesty the King of Morocco, to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to kindly request the pleasure of your company at the evening reception.
Guarden silencio, por favor.
Please, can I ask you all to be quiet?
Sorry. So, again, Excellencies, distinguished delegations, it's my pleasure on behalf of His Excellency, the Ambassador of His Majesty the King of Morocco, to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to kindly request the pleasure of your company at the evening reception that will start at 5:30, it means in 15 minutes, at the delegation's lounge. We would be honored by your presence and look forward to welcoming you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Marruecos.
Thank you very much, Morocco, and we will meet again at 11:30. I look forward to that and all the events announced. Thank you.